Indianapolis has so many great car events, but today it is all about Mecum, and it is all about Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Welcome to day 2 of our coverage right here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, and welcome to ESPN+. Hi everyone, I'm Shannon Spake. We are so excited to have you here for the next 6 hours. I'm standing right in front of the staging area. You can see hundreds of cars that have been waiting days to make the trip down this tunnel onto the red carpet and to cross the block, because that's where so many of their news stories will begin. Speaking of stories, we've got so many from all the way back there. Let's start with Chris Jacobs. Good morning, my friend.
Well, good morning to you, Shannon. I'm standing next to what appears to be a very clean in-violet AAR CUDA. It's got all the ingredients. There's the 646 barrel, 346 barrel. It's got the strobe stripes. It's got the rally wheels. It's got the side exhaust. Pistol grip 4-speed white interior. Wow, what a cool car. But wait, I'm looking at the VIN. It's a C code. That means it left the factory with that inline 6 225. That's not an AAR CUDA, but this is such a high-level replica. We may have to consult the Clone Ranger when it crosses the block. Rutledge Wood, what do you got, my friend?
Chris, I had to check my glasses to make sure I was seeing what I was actually seeing. I thought I saw a brand new 96 Toyota 4Runner. It's close. This is a time capsule. Take a look. Just under 7,000 miles on the clock. But everywhere you look at this vehicle, you can see it was loved and taken care of. But it is basically a brand new 30-year-old vehicle, one of the most popular 4Runners of all time, the 3rd gen. I am so glad I found this. Steve Matchett, what have you found, my friend?
Oh, thank you, Rod. From an age of elegance and sophistication, how about this absolute exquisite gem in duck eggshell blue? It's exquisite 1935 Auburn 851 Boattail Speedster. And the design, it looks like it's doing 100 miles an hour as it is sat still here in the pre-staging lanes. Absolutely exquisite class of restoration. Round here included is the golf club compartment. If we were driving through the leafy lanes of Oxfordshire, I'd put my croquet mallets and hoops in there and have tea at the manor. But Shannon, I don't know what you think about this car. I'm absolutely in love with it.
Oh, there's a lot to love about these cars. As you can see, some of them are starting to make their way over to you guys on the block. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, we'll send it over to you guys right now.
All right, Shannon, thank you very much, and thank you guys as well. Welcome to the booth here inside the State Fairgrounds Coliseum. A little cool outside this morning in the mid-50s, and that's good for speed at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a few miles away from here. We are going to turn up the heat in the building in terms of the cars today here, aren't we?
Yeah, you mentioned Indy. Now, this is a great month for the Spring Classic. It's the 500 month, plus they had the road course race not long ago, which means a lot of car-centric people are here in Indianapolis, and eventually they wind up here at Mecum.
No question about that. Yesterday, you heard us talking perhaps about some Shelbys and Mustangs that we have as part of our almost 3,000 car lineup here. Today, we're going to get serious about that. A Boss 429 is coming up later, and you've got it covered from the more recent muscle and performance end, don't you?
I certainly do. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Look at this. 2024 Ford Shelby Super Snake. When you say super and snake, that means it's supercharged. Yeah, 5-liter Coyote with a supercharger and over 830 horsepower. 6-speed manual transmission, GT performance package, 4-wheel independent suspension with traction control, the MagneRide damping system, 4-wheel ABS power disc brakes. It is loaded. Also, this car has a ton of comfort and convenience features, but you don't want comfort and convenience in this Shelby Mustang. You just want to get home alive. This thing is heavy metal, and it's coming to the block a little bit later on today.
Oh, is it heavy metal? To be sure. That is that right-hand turn Shannon was talking about. You go through that tunnel and you eventually end up right here where our first car of the day is hanging out waiting for us. It's a 1963 Corvette convertible here, Bill.
A little bit of a mild custom here. You see the 67 Stinger type hood has kind of been molded into the original hood, and that's because it has a 427 in it. Yeah, you couldn't get that in 1963. and it's been built to high-performance specifications. 4-speed manual, also upgraded 4-wheel power disc brakes. They didn't come along from Chevy till 1965. Rally wheels, new radial tires, and that tuxedo black. Coming up short, Scott.
A little bit, yes indeed, $51,000. So the bid goes on for that Corvette. Next up, right behind it, let's go to 1969 and a Pontiac Firebird. Looking for all the world like a little Trans Am here. At least the color would lead you to believe that.
Yeah, and we're talking about replicas just a few moments ago with Chris Jacobs, and here we go with a Trans Am replica. The first year for the Trans Am, 1969, faithfully replicated here. 400 cubic inch V8. They've added Ram Air, and that, of course, would have come on an original 1969 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Bucket seat, center console has AC, and a lot of other power accessories as well, including the steering and the brakes. And yeah, this one pretty much passes muster if you want the look and the feel of a real 69 Trans Am. And it is trading right now at, well, not quite what an original car would be selling for. And notice that hood tack as well.
Yeah, you want the look and the feel, but you don't necessarily want the price tag that would be associated with a real one.
Yes, sir.
$44,000 buys this Firebird, the Trans Am replica. Very nice. Well, 1968 Mustang on the auction block right now.
Yep, 302 V8, automatic transmission. Got the body kit. And there you see that little 302 underneath there. That's been pumped up a little bit. Intake, carburation. And looked like it had a set of headers on there as well. Factory AC coming along for the ride.
$70,000.
Side exhaust faired into the rockers. Aftermarket wheels. Low profile rubber. And we're in the mid-70s.
Trev Morvek, world champion auctioneer, leading us off today at the auctioneer stand. And he announces to everybody in the crowd that that reserve is off at $75,000. The internet bidder on the other end of that computer has just picked up that 68 Mustang Resto Mod, $75,000.
Another car that kind of adds to the gamut of Mustangs, as we were talking about here in Indianapolis.
Indeed. There will be more coming up. There are some solid blue oval examples here today. And we'll be here to cover them for you until 5 o'clock Eastern. Hope you can stick with us on ESPN+. In the meantime, 1970 CJ5 Renegade is up on the block now.
I suddenly have a craving for a Skittle. I don't know why. But there we have this bright, bodacious green CJ5 Renegade. 160 horsepower, 225 cubic inch power, that dauntless V6. Also, this is a Renegade 1 package. Purportedly, in 1970, that was the only year you could get this limited edition with a run of about 500 units in mint green. And they had another version you could get in wild plum. Dual range Dana Spicer 18-inch transfer case and the Dana front axle and Dana 44 rear axle. So it's a rugged little customer.
Yes, it is. I like the addition of the red lines with that mint green. That kind of gives it a different look.
And the white wheels.
Right. Very cool. Okay. 35 is the place that they'll pick it up at the bid goes on desk. And we will look at an 05 Corvette here.
Yes, 05. That's the debut year for the C6 generation, and it brought along the 6-liter LS2 with 400 horsepower. And this one with a 6-speed manual. Nice like that. Love them manual Corvettes. Way to go. 4-wheel power disc brakes, red calipers, as you can get a quick look at there. And lots of options. That one has the movable roof panel, contrasting dark tint. Factory chrome wheels.
You know, we've mentioned this before, but it's kind of overlooked in the Corvette world. When this generation debuted here in 2005, you had exposed headlights, and the last time, you got to go all the way back to 1962 in the Corvette before you found those again.
Yeah, when the Stingray debuted in '63, headlights went into hiding.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time.
Yeah, people mention that.
Okay, we will let that one get away, and the high bid was $21,000. Here is a CLK 63 AMG Black Series car from 2008.
Oh man, this is a rock and roller, close to 500 horse out of that 6.2 liter V8, 7-speed automatic, limited slip differential to get that power to the pavement. A lot of AMG features as well. Odometer reads just over 75,000 miles. And all of those great options that these AMG cars came with are found in this 2008 CLK 63. 19-inch AMG multi-spoke forged wheels, and see the carbon fiber and aluminum on the interior when we poked our nose inside. Grilled,
187.
slotted rotors. A lot of life left in that Benz.
90.
Sure is.
What do you want to do now?
All right, we're in for 90. We got another phone bidder right next to me. That's
Factory
who,
issued
we're bidding
flares over the wheel wells too, give it a real muscular look.
92. I get 90,000, 92. Final call, Jamie, yes or no? 90,000, 2, 5, 95.
All right, we're
Okay, they got 92 asking 95. Do you want to be 95?
Pretty early in the run of these Black Series editions. They began that in 06, and so this would be the third model year. But anytime you see a Black Series indicated on a car, you know that it's the pinnacle of Mercedes-Benz and AMG performance.
Still in at 95. They have 100,000 now. Asking 105.
Getting to six figures, and there they are.
I think 105 buys it.
105. 105. How are we going to do? 110. 105. 110.
All right, now we're out. They got 105, asking 110.
See if it does it.
I get 105. 105.
You want to do 110?
105. 110. 110,000. 110,000. 110,000.
No reserve here, so this one's selling. Two bidders on
Got
the
it.
phone.
105 bought it.
And
105. 10. So,
Yep, hammer time.
Good work.
yes, it is.
Sir. I appreciate it.
105. Not surprising, even on a car that's coming up on 20 years old. 105,000 buys it. And we will shift now to a 2004 Silverado 1500 LS.
Yeah, good looking truck right here too. A rival blue's the color, and in the engine room, 5.3 liter Vortec V8, 295 horsepower, 4-speed automatic transmission with overdrive. But I would say that the selling point on this truck is the color of the wheel combination. High ball of plenty. Original interior right there, well preserved. Power accessories all up and down that truck. Power windows and locks, has remote keyless entry. Electronic cruise control, dual zone climate. Power driver's seat, electrochromic rear view mirror as well. Yeah, that thing is loaded.
And I'm totally with you on the color, wheel, and tire combination. It's got the visuals, no doubt about it, but not the paper to get that deal done just yet. So $18,000, and they will take up the case at the bid goes on desk.
I think a line will be forming over there for that truck too.
Yeah, you and me will be first and second.
Yep.
All right, we move to a 1993 SVT Cobra here.
Yeah, 1993, the SVT program was launched. John Coletti and his gang of renegades who are taking Mustangs and pumping a little bit more power into them. This has a 5-liter high output V8 with electronic fuel injection, putting over 225 horsepower to the ground, 5-speed manual transmission with overdrive, traction lock differential, Ford's way of saying positive traction. Handling package, variable rate springs, gas pressurized shocks and struts, and $60,000. Won't buy it.
That's a little performer.
Yeah.
All right, another one right behind, another Mustang, I should say, right behind it. Let's go to 1966 for this one, Bill. Kind of a plain wrapper Mustang.
Yep. And in the power department, not what you would call over the top. That's that 200 cubic inch inline 6-cylinder engine.
Wow.
Yeah. Looking as original as the day it was born. This one also with an automatic transmission. The factory color combination of that unforgettable Wimbledon white. Red interior. Won't be a lot of money to own this car.
Not at all.
No. And once again, you know, if you want to modify it, go in a lot of different directions with this car, or just drive it the way that it is. See those Magnum 500 look-alike wheels there. Black wall tires. Very understated look.
You know, and that would be a question, a struggle for some people. What do you do? I mean, you've got this amazing, very original-looking Mustang, and why would you want to tamper with it? And just kind of leave it like that and drive it, have fun with it.
Do you remember that supercharged Coyote and that Shelby that we saw?
Yes.
Yeah, that would fit in there. Just saying.
Just wouldn't have to take it to Carcraft or anything, would we?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, we go from the 66 that sold for $15,000. Let's go on to the next Mustang. This is from 1965 with also the inline 6. How about that?
Same car, different color.
Man.
Springtime yellow. Not the Wimbledon white, parchment interior, and yes, the 200 cubic inch T-code 6-cylinder engine with an automatic transmission. C4 automatic transmission, in fact. And the C4, that was the performance automatic that Ford put into the more powerful Mustangs, but here it is behind a 6-cylinder.
Bill.
And look at that.
9,000. Guess what time it is? It is inline 6 o'clock.
Yes. And I'm almost afraid to look under the hood of the next car coming up.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you already know?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
The 64 Falcon Futura has got 170 cubic inch inline 6.
Oh, gee, how about that?
What a history lesson this is.
Yeah, a little smaller 6-cylinder in this. And this one, a 4-speed manual. Ooh, this is a hot little cookie. Triple black car, raven black paint, black interior, black convertible top. And there's that 6-cylinder engine. Very rare, by the way, that 4-speed. That's a Dagenham 4-speed manual transmission. You're not going to find those, you know, growing from every tree.
There it is.
Yep. Recently serviced. Everything it needed. Lube, oil filter, put a new valve cover gasket on there, which are prone to leak in older cars. New spark plugs, spark plug wires, double red line tires. We like those, and the fake wire wheels, the hubcaps.
Super cool. A lot of originality on this car as well.
Top down, see the inside, and we surpassed the $9,000 mark on this one.
16,517.
How about that, though? 64 Falcon Futura with a 6-cylinder and a 4-speed. In triple black.
How about a 6-cylinder with dual exhaust?
Yeah.
Had to plumb those in.
One more hit, sir.
That's
You could
cool.
drive it at home.
I get 17.
I gotta know.
17,500.
One more.
Odometer reads almost 43,000 miles. So it's not an ultra high mileage 64 Falcon.
17,518. Last call. 18.5. Sold 17,500.
Okay, well, that was fun.
It was.
Huh?
My honor
Yes.
to serve you today.
$17,500, and that Falcon Futura headed out of here.
Let's not overlook the fact that the Falcon gave the platform to the Mustang.
You know, whenever we're here in Indy and the Dodge Thrill Ride is here, I love finding people that have the little Dodge wristband on indicating that they've taken a ride. And I love to ask them, what'd you think? And everybody just goes nuts over this. And there you see it at ground level or more toward ground level. It is one of the big attractions here at the Spring Classic and everywhere we go. And Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions, and I highly recommend you get on board with that Dodge Thrill Ride if you have never done it, and let them throw you around the inside of one of those cars. It's a lot of fun.
Admission is free.
Yes, it is. No doubt about it. Okay, that little Mercury Cougar you're looking at just sold for $5,500 here at the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic.
Yep. Anybody that says, hey, I can't go to Mecum, I can't afford anything. Well, yes, you can.
Sure you can. Here is a 1979 Trans Am SE edition on the block now.
Yeah, the Y84, so familiar to so many of us. 1979, the year that they sold most Pontiac Trans Ams, felt the entire life of that model. 6.6 liter V8, that's the 400 cube automatic transmission. And if you saw the movie, this car is going to look very familiar to you. Well, there's Sly. Of course, he was not in Smokey and the Bandit. But I guess in one of the Rocky movies, did he drive one of these? I didn't see them all.
He might have. Yeah, there were like 32 of them or something.
Yeah, right. He'd probably still do them, too, if he could, convince somebody that an 80-year-old heavyweight boxer would be fun to watch. But anyway, $37,000, and it sells.
Boy, and those are still popular. Let me tell you.
Always will be.
Right. Agree. Next is a C8 for us from 2021, a little 1LT coupe.
First one of the week for us, isn't it?
I think so, for C8.
Yeah, we know we've got all kinds of Corvettes here in Indy, and here's our first C8. Yeah, as you mentioned, this is the 1LT, the foundational trim level. Black paint, adrenaline red on the inside. Of course, a 6.2 liter, 495 horsepower V8, mid-engined, and only 745 miles showing on the odometer. This has the performance exhaust, which pumps up horsepower just a little bit, 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, as they all had, and the Z51 performance package as well. Scott, this is sort of creeping up to the MSRP.
It's getting mighty close, right? I think mid-60s, upper 60s, perhaps, depending on a few things.
Yeah, but the 1LT, would have been the lowest of the three trim levels.
Yep. I don't think that 745 miles is hurting it at all.
No, that's one of the reasons.
And, of course, the color combination, too. That's, you don't want to overlook that. So, hey, you know what? 62 is not going to cut it just yet. So that's going to be available and continue over at Bid Goes On.
The upper 60s, I would say. I don't think we're far away.
Right, I agree. F-250 time, 1977, the vintage on this very nicely presented pickup truck.
Boy, that paint scheme is a throwback, I'll tell you that, to the 1970s. That multicolor kind of slumgullion of red and orange and everything else slapped along the side of the hood, whatever. I remember those. This one with 351 in it, 4-speed manual. Power steering, power brakes. And they call that the freewheeling graphics package.
Guys, I really think that when you look at a truck like this in its entirety, I think that to me is what tells the story. It's tough. It's lifted a little bit. It's got the bigger tires, but it's not insane. It's something you can still use and have a lot of fun with.
Oh, definitely. And we do get a lot of pickup trucks through here that are literally too nice to do anything with except admire. But you're right. This is one of those trucks that's just waiting for somebody to Get behind the wheel and raise a little heck.
I'm doing a lot of admiring on that one. Boy, that is sharp. Okay, time for I guess the Jeep Wrangler Muscle Rubicon here. It's a Rubicon 392, man, and that is a big deal in this world.
It is, and that engine, boy, I'll tell you, they passed this engine around at Chrysler, the Jeeps and the Grand Cherokees and the Chargers, Durangos, 470 horse, 6.4 liter, 392 cubic inch V8. This is with the 8-speed automatic transmission. And yeah, what a revelation this was when Jeep announced they were going to put that motor in a Rubicon.
Putting it in the other vehicles is more, you would expect that. Not here. I mean, this is V8 territory for the first time, and wow, what a moment that was. You're right. 50,000, not going to be enough.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Indiana State Fairgrounds for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. I'm in the staging lanes right now with my compadre and Mopar expert, Jeff Stuckert. Jeff, we're standing in front of a real good one right here.
Yes, we are. I mean, this car blew my mind. The more we looked at it, the more impressed I was with it. Now, when Bob McCurry, who was the head of Dodge, wanted a car to fight Firebird and Cougar, it had to be a little more upscale than the Cuda, than the Camaro was, and this was what he wanted to sell. RTSE, this was the performance package plus the special edition package. Now, with the RTSE, what you ended up getting when you looked at RTSE is you ended up getting a bit more decor. You got the SE emblem that's on the rear quarter panel there on the upper roof line, and you also got the consolette that's up in the ceiling. So, and there was a formal back window put on this car as well. But what really amazed me about this particular Challenger is that this thing is absolutely loaded. There is so much equipment on this car. This car has got power windows. It has got a leather interior. It has got the AM 8-track setup. I mean, the rear defogger's in there, the rear speaker's in there. So again, this was a car that somebody who really wanted a truly deluxe muscle car would buy. We just talked to the owner. Cool thing, he told us this car was part of a fleet purchase from a gentleman who bought several trucks as well. This is one of 59 RTSEs they built. This is one of 4 that was exported to Canada. And I got to tell you, this thing is probably one of the most amazing 1970 Hemi Challengers SEs certainly I've seen. Car's got a numbers matching engine in it. And again, it just shines. B5 blue paint, white longitudinal stripes. I mean, it blew me away.
Yeah, he also told us that the 8-track player option was $250. The Hemi option is $800. So it's a pretty big, relatively speaking, that 8-track player is very valuable compared to the Hemi engine. One last thing I wanted to show you. They checked a lot of option boxes on this car, including the locking factory gas filler. What'd you say? It was about $4 or so?
Yeah, probably $4 to $5. But yeah, like I said, this thing is loaded, but very, very cool car.
Unbelievable car. Back in '70, the price tag would have been where?
Well, according to the owner, he thinks it was right around $5,000 retail, which would have been about right. And again, you had to really step up. If you wanted to put a Hemi and SE package together, you were going to spend money no matter what. You start adding leather, you start adding power windows, you start adding upgraded stereo equipment. I mean, they don't get any better than this one.
Yeah, and you're going to have to add a couple zeros to that original MSRP. Scott Hoke, back to you, Bombard.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Let's get you back here to the arena and the Coliseum and check out a significant Porsche 911 here, a 2004 Turbo Cabriolet. Significant because that was the first time the Cabriolet came back in the 911 Turbo since 1989. And Bill Stevens, I thought it sold, yes it did, at $50,000 just now.
Yeah, that's a bargain too for this car. It is a 415 horsepower twin turbo Porsche drop top. And tell you, the love affair with the Porsche 911 still goes on to this day. Born in 1964, and look at where people are spending money to own them today.
Yep, those turbos now in their 7th generation. And we will see more 911s throughout the course of the rest of the next few days, for sure. We move right now to an 08 Silverado pickup.
Oh, boy. 708 horsepower. Did I just say that? Yes. 6-liter that's been bored 30 over, 708 horsepower, 960 pound-feet of torque. Oh my, that could pull its own paint job off. Wow.
Those drag slicks on there, the little kind of cheater slicks that we saw back in staging lanes, I knew before it even fired up that thing was going to be a monster, and it was.
Oh, yeah. You'd have to put the Detroit Pistons in the bed for those rear tires to hook up.
That's true. Good point. All right, not going to be enough at $37,000. And we move to one of the 2023 Challenger SRT Hellcat jailbreak cars.
Yeah, and this has got one of those factory-authorized, company-backed convertible conversions by Drop Top Customs down in Florida, a little over 3,300 miles reading on the odometer. And one of approximately 3,400 SRT Hellcat jailbreaks that were produced. That jailbreak means you pretty much ordered whatever you wanted on the car. The trim, the color, things like that. Pretty much gave you an open book, 717 horsepower, 6.2-liter Hemi. It's what the SRT Hellcat came along with, and these cars back in 2023 were a sensation.
I got to be honest, these cars make me mad. They make me upset that Dodge didn't offer this car as a convertible, because that, to me, is perfectly done. What do you think?
Yeah, they had to go out of house to have that done, an extra step, and I guess the factory did not want to absorb the amount of money it would take to mass produce the convertible cars. So, like a lot of other instances where it went out of house, that's what they did.
The high bid on that fantastic looking car, $72,000. Okay, so we will move ahead to our first Z28 of this day. And this comes to us from 1968.
First generation Z28, debuted in 67. Of course, got the 302, 290 horse, small block. And they all had 4-speed manuals in them. Didn't get that automatic until 1970. Le Mans blue, white stripes, just what you might expect. Good look at the interior there, the blue interior that sings with that Le Mans blue on the outside, rally wheels, raised white letter tires. And the odometer reads 13 miles. There's got to be a story behind that. But this is going to sell, if it does, for pretty good money.
Were you more of a hideaway headlight guy, or did you like the exposed headlights more?
Exposed headlights. Just something else to fix.
So it's not that they didn't look cool.
No.
You just didn't want to work on them if they broke.
I don't need another mechanism.
I am in the same camp. I like the exposed headlights.
It's funny. I think in cars that have hideaway headlights, because they are so more rare, they just always had this kind of cool vibe about them, whether it's a Lincoln, Camaro, there's just something neat about it. But you are right. They can be a little tricky to work on.
I've had 12 Corvettes. 11 of them had concealed headlights. So how many times in the winter did you think I was out there trying to de-ice them so I could put my headlights on?
Oh, I wish we had video of that. I so wish we could do that.
No, we don't want that.
And then you get the ones that one of them works and one of them doesn't.
You get that too.
Oh.
Sometimes you get one that's slower than the other one.
Yes.
All kinds of things.
Popeye, you get one.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's open. You can see light coming out.
See, now you understand where I'm coming from.
We got another 1,000 for him.
Sold 72,000. Sold 72,000.
Okay, this one gavels for $72,000. That is a fabulous looking car. My guess, you mentioned the 13 miles. My guess is that's been since it's restored.
Yeah,
right?
that's a fresh odometer. Yeah.
All right, Bill, you warned us to be afraid, be very afraid. I am shaking in my boots.
Oh boy. 2024 Super Snake, over 830 horsepower, so many options. This car is loaded, but of course that is really the big story here, the big power, over 830 with a 6-speed manual transmission. This car is racetrack ready. You buy this, you go to your local racetrack, and you can just carve it up. Man, it's got everything that you would have ordered if you were buying one of these from the dealer. 33 miles on the odometer. And once again, a car that, performance-wise, very few equals.
I'm glad. I was about to give you another shot at the horsepower rating because I felt like the first time you just kind of sort of glossed over it. But you said it again, and it's worth repeating several times. 830 plus, right?
Oh, yeah. And that's not a turbo, that's a supercharger. So when you put your foot to the mat, it immediately responds. That is one of the benefits of a supercharger. And they've really done a lot technology-wise to reduce turbo lag in modern cars, but still, my Grand Cherokee's got a supercharger, that Hellcat supercharger, and when you punch it, it punches back.
Well, $120,000 will not cut it here today. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I knew it would be somewhere in the middle six figures, and I think, once again, a car that the bid goes on will be able to work with.
Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on that one and let you know if anything changes. In the meantime, 1968 Barracuda has arrived.
Yeah, we don't see many of these first generation Barracudas. We love to tell the story how this actually beat the Mustang to the marketplace back in 1964. It's a resto mod. It's got a 440 in it now, 444 barrel, probably 375 horsepower, 3-speed, automatic, a torque flight, a manual valve body shifter as well, little hop-up work there, and very well presented. Like that Prowler purple. That would have been an OEM color on the Plymouth Prowler.
Yes.
That we saw back in the late 90s.
That is a good look.
Yeah, it is.
Check the 5th digit in the VIN here. It's a P, which means in 1968 that would have been a 340 originally. But as you mentioned, they have upped the game there.
Yeah, the 340 would have been the big performance offering in 1968 in the Barracuda.
All right, so 50 grand it sells at no reserve.
That was a well-built deal right there. That's a great car.
See the fuel cell underneath there in the back?
Yeah, got the power cut off, and that purple looks great under the lights.
Yeah.
1972 Challenger right behind it.
This one with a 318 V8. In fact, did Chris give us a little preview on this automobile?
Yesterday he may have.
Yep, 318 automatic. And a few options. Not a fully loaded Challenger, but bringing some pretty good money. Bring the mid-30s.
Bill, yeah, if that's the red one you're talking about with those black strobe stripes on the side, that is that kind of entry-level 72 Challenger I was talking about. Great car to jump into the market to for not that much money.
Yeah.
And we're looking at those strobe stripes right now, CJ. Yeah, thank you.
Those are cool. I'm so glad Chris pointed them out yesterday. We don't see a lot of those come through, at least not that have survived.
Very seldom.
Well, that is a perfect candidate for a Hemi swap. And
right.
We see a lot of those. We check the VIN when these cars come through with the Hemis, and a lot of times they didn't come from Chrysler with that motor.
Mm-hmm.
Made 37,000 if it goes on.
Now from T99.
Remember those Uniroyal Tiger Paws?
Of course.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. In fact, the GTO probably popularized those tires more than any of their television commercials.
Yep, true.
Featured the Uniroyals.
All right, that one actually, are they still working on it? No, it did sell for, it did not sell. The bid goes on. Okay, so we'll move on to a 1970 Cuda that is here at no reserve.
Yeah, this is interesting. This has got a 426 Hemi in it, okay? Let's all agree on that. But it's got dual spark plug aluminum heads on it, which is a total racing combination, and wound up on that 426 Hemi with two 4-barrel carburetors. Also put racing headers on there. Side exhaust. Wow, it's quite a build. 727 torque flight, 323 Sure Grip rear end, in vitamin C orange, black interior. And let's see where the bidding goes. I don't think we've ever had that cylinder head combination on a 426 Hemi come through here. Put an MSD rev limiter in there, which I think is a good idea.
And Bill, because this one's not totally original, it also means you can make a few modifications, make some changes. It's not going to hurt that original kind of protected value that we see on these sometimes.
You are right. A lot of times the changes that are made, you can reverse them and put the original equipment back on.
All right, there you see it. $57,000 buys that bit of Mopar history, and we'll look at some more historic vehicles when we return to Indy.
Welcome back to Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Tomorrow on Friday, you're going to get an opportunity to bid on the Exemplar Collection, which are unrestored, very well-preserved cars, but you get a chance to take one home today as well. Not in the Exemplar Collection, but this is an original right here. 1964 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe. I was walking by it. I could not believe how beautiful the paint looks. Original on this car. It's the ermine white. You take a look inside. It's got the original interior. Really, only one of the places that you can see the age on this car is the luggage container area. You can see some of the fading on the carpet in there. But other than that, yes, the brakes have been replaced. Yes, the shocks have been replaced. But everything on this 62-year-old car, outside, paint, interior, is original. Not many cars or people, for that matter, guys, can say they still have their original parts when they're 62 years old. So this is going to be a fun one to watch go across the block.
Yeah, I can speak from experience on that, Shannon. Thank you. I'm 62. And that is just one of 230-plus Corvettes here at the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic, Bill, and we're going to see more heavy hitters, as you know, throughout the weekend.
Yeah, from every generation.
Every single one of them. How about this? What a sweet 1956 Mercury Montclair, and it just sold for $43,000.
Yeah, Mercury going up market from Ford back in the 1950s. This was the top of the line convertible in 1956 with a 312 Y block, making 225 horsepower. The 3-speed automatic, and the fit and the finish on this persimmon red and classic white ragtop is par excellence.
Wow, very cool. All right, interesting Corvette here for us, Brother Bill. 69 at $45,000 that was restored a few years ago. Give us some of the details on this one.
I think the major detail on this is that it has a replacement L88 V8 in there. You see the L88 hood. A lot of times you see the L88 hood, but there's anything but that L88 427 in between the fenders. This one has it, a replacement motor, date coded 1968. This car was frame-off restored only 3 years ago. It's got the Muncie M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed transmission. New, rebuilt drivetrain components from front to back, new black paint, and 456 gears. Oh, that car right there would probably be uncontrollable. My favorite word to use when describing a car. Oh,
okay,
man,
so help everybody out here. It's got that date coded 68 replacement L88. Was this actually did it come from the factory as an L88, or somebody just decided to put a replacement engine in this car, which could have had a whatever in it?
That is your answer.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, because if this came as a real L88 with a replacement block, you think it would be at $60,000.
Oh, no.
No.
For about 1 second.
Right.
Yes. We actually do have a real L88 that's coming up, I believe, on Saturday afternoon, and it's the only real one here at this entire event, and so that's going to be something to keep your eyes out for. In the meantime, 2024 Corvette Z06 3LZ convertible package here.
Oh, the Z06. Oh, what a guided missile these cars are. 670 horsepower out of the 5.5-liter flat plane crank V8 with the 8-speed dual-clutch automatic. Options, extras, features, all over the place on this vet. Already over $100,000. Got the carbon fiber pieces, the adjustable height with memory. Black outside, jet black inside. Got that suede microfiber steering wheel. Oh, that feels so great. put your fist around those steering wheels and you know you got something underneath you. Spider wheels, painted brake calipers.
Well, here we are at 112.5, and talking about upcoming Corvettes, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that we have a ZR1X that's on the way this weekend as well.
Right.
Brand new.
I think we're going to sell this.
Hey, and reserve is up. 112.5. 110 is bid. Do you want 112.5? 112.5. 110 is here. Give 112.5 anyone. 112,000.
They were listening to you.
110.
I
You want to give 112.5?
No,
Last final call. You want
I have to tell you, that's market correct for this car. Less than 1,000 miles on it.
Sold 110,000. Sold 110,000.
And that's our buddy Chris Moffitt there.
Oh, there he is.
And good customer, Mecum, good friend to everybody over in Champaign, Illinois. So just a couple hours away. And he'll get that one home pretty quickly. All right. Moving on to a 65 Chevy C10.
Yep, it had a 327 dropped in it with an automatic transmission. Vintage air, power steering, creature comforts you could only dream about in 1965 in a C10 pickup. They detailed the undercarriage, put in an aluminum radiator, keep things cool. Tilt column from I Did It, low car shifter, some custom gauges. This is what you call an add-on custom. A lot of the changes and modifications made to this truck were things that you get in the aftermarket and just add to the truck. The body contours are all pretty much original. Nothing was chopped or channeled. And
how about that matte paint?
Yeah, and dull finish paint. And those big disc wheels that we see every now and then. Some people call them the gangster wheels. And that's a different look.
Might they be called Whiteys by somebody from your neck of the woods, huh?
Tidy Whiteys, maybe. Yeah.
All right, we're going to let that one be our last truck of this segment. $25,000. The bid goes on, and we will return with more from Indy coming up after the break.
Welcome back to Indianapolis, everybody. Right here on ESPN Plus and Mecum TV. We are continuing our coverage of Mecum Auctions. I'm in staging lanes with a very cool 1970 Shelby GT350 Fastback. This is a one of one, and I'll point out why in just a second. But first, I want you to get a look at the power plant. Yes, that is a 351. Now, this one's a Windsor. How do you tell the difference between a Windsor and a Cleveland? Well, you can tell real easily by where the radiator hose enters. If it enters into the intake like this one, it is a Windsor. If it goes directly down into the block, it's a Cleveland. It's also a difference in the valve covers, but I'll explain that a different day. Now, this is why it is a one of one. It's based, I assume, on this color. Check it out. Grabber orange exterior, red interior. So striking, so beautiful. Man, is this a cool car. 4-speed backing up that 351. It's got the Shelby wheels on it. Just flawless restoration here. And as we come around the other side, you see the louvers on the rear window. Getting another look at that interior. There's that louver option right there. And man, I cannot wait for this one to go across the block, guys. You guys are gonna love this when you see it in person. Scott?
Oh, I can't. That looks spectacular, CJ. Thanks for the heads up on that, my friend. That'll be here momentarily. Right now, it's a 70 Barracuda that is selling at no reserve. That is dressed as the AAR Cuda, the one that Chris previewed at the top of the show.
Yeah, that was clever planning. We go from Chris to the car that he previewed.
Yes.
Yes. You know, this doesn't all just come together by itself.
I also said that we should summons the clone Ranger on this car.
Oh, that's right. He did mention that.
Yeah, you know, he's not here. He's actually going to the Indianapolis 500 this year. He's going to be on one of the pit crews.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
boy, I can't wait to see that pit stop.
So if you see the race and you see a replica car racing out there, that's the one he's working with.
Okay.
Chris, you pretty much covered everything on this car. It is a very faithful replica of the All-American Racers Cuda that Dan Gurney helped to make famous, and it sells for $67,000, a replica.
Yeah, one thing I didn't point out in my preview that I wanted to make note of is that they went so far and so detailed in this replica, they actually have the Trans Am fender tag. It's that second fender tag that you find on AAR Cudas and TAs that designate it as one of the Trans Am cars. So very well done on this replica.
Wow, 2 thumbs up, and if the Clone Ranger were hit, 5 Twinkies.
Oh, I would say.
I will, yeah. All right, 72 K5 Blazer will be right behind that Cuda.
And, don't get ahead of me here, but yes, it is an LS swap in there. The 6-liter LS is in there with an automatic transmission. And really great workmanship on this build. Meticulous in terms of the paint, the fit, and the finish. And the original black houndstooth interior, which we will get to see in just a moment here. They upgraded the gauge cluster inside there, put custom LED lighting as well. But I tell you, the color and the wheels, sometimes you don't have to go any further than that to have some real eyeball.
I tell you what, I took a peek inside that engine room with the hood up. It is spick and span in there.
Well detailed. Let's bump it up a little bit here, boys.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, that LS engine swap makes a big difference. And terrific truck.
Probably the most popular engine choice now for a lot of people doing builds like this. Rest of Oz would have you.
On the block now, showing lot T108, 1986 GMC.
All right, 60. That's where they're going to leave it for now, and I was looking to see if they might reopen that.
Boy, I'd say I think that's close.
Okay, so we'll let it go, and an 86 GMC 1500 up next.
Yeah, we're getting into the trucks now. We love this. Step-side bed on this one, 6.2-liter 460 horse. General Motors, great motor. Yeah, a lot of extras too. 6L80E, 6-speed automatic. Vintage air, Dakota gauges. They powder-coated the chassis underneath. That's an extra step. Color's Bahama blue, the black interior. 350 gears out back, and a custom sound system. And 50 is not enough.
Interesting to see those American Racing mags in that larger diameter.
20-inch,
you find on this truck. You usually see them in the 16s or 17s.
Yes, extra beauty. We love those wheels. They look good on everything.
Okay, next up, 1970 Chevelle Super Sport. It's got a big block and a 5-speed this time, Bill.
Factory Super Sport, a real one, did not come originally with the 454. That was an add-on. A couple of 454s available, of course, in 1970. You have the LS5 and the LS6. YN, stealth, high-rise intake, hooker headers, electric fuel pump. You mentioned the 5-speed, keeping it cool with a B-Cool radiator with electric fans. Very intelligent add there to keep that car cool if you're going to do some street driving in it. Front disc brakes, optional, 1970.
65 is the
and the SS wheels. It looks like that cranberry red color.
What's your take, Bill, on an upgrade like that with an LS5 454? I assume it probably came from the factory of the 396.
Could have.
So
yep.
if you're, who knows what happened to that engine, but would you prefer that it had stayed the numbers matching 396, or do you not mind this LS5 upgrade?
Yeah, that's a good question, because either way, I think you come out a winner. If it's numbers matching, obviously that helps the value, but in terms of the fun factor, I'm not going to sneeze at a 454.
Yeah, especially backed up by that Tremec 5-speed.
With a 5-speed. Yeah.
I mean, it's fair to call this kind of a modest street machine, yeah, with a little upgrade, a couple of updates here and there. Good call on the 5-speed transmission.
Right.
Okay, $65,000. The final number 4. Hold on.
$65,000.
Did they sell it for 65? I think they did.
Okay, somebody get 40.
All right, well, we'll call that a sale. And we'll move on to a 94 Silverado 1500 next.
Another truck, 4.3-liter V6 in this one. It's been dropped a little bit, as you can see. 20-inch billet specialties bronze wheels. What's riding on? Automatic transmission. Put some tinted glass on this truck too. Power steering and brakes. Windows and locks with cruise control and AC. Again, just the kind of modifications that we see pretty regularly on these pickup trucks. These Chevys from this time period. And they all look so good. After all is said and done, there you see the billet specialties bronze wheels, and those again replicate those kidney bean Hallebrand wheels that you see on sprint cars, in fact, back in the day.
Well, a high bid here on that pickup, $25,000. All right, coming up into the picture here in a second or two, going to check out another Mustang. This one's from 1967.
Many modifications on this Mustang. 5-liter, 345 horsepower Ford Racing crate engine. TCI Street Fighter automatic transmission, MSD distributor. The Pro Billet model, Willwood 4-wheel discs in the Curry 9-inch rear end with 389 gears and True Track differential. There you see the business end of that car with all of that horsepower out of that 5-liter. Stainless steel exhaust. Got a coilover system underneath. Strut tower brace, Monte Carlo bar, and subframe connectors all have been added to this. So that Mustang's going to handle as well as go fast. Upgraded brake system. Tilt steering column. Yeah, I warned you, a lot of modifications, and I'll never get to all of them.
Yeah, suspension definitely been modified. That stance there is really nice. Kind of raked towards the front. Really good look.
Yeah, a couple inches lower there.
$60,000. The bid goes on that car. And 1990 Land Rover Defender moves into the center spot here on this Mecum auction block.
Anything but original on this. Professionally built by well-known builder Acronic. About 6,500 miles on it since they finished it. 4.6-liter V8 with Holly Sniper, electronic fuel injection, and a 5-speed manual. Ooh, and that menacing Java black paint, black interior, 33-inch BF Goodrich mud terrain tires on bead lock wheels. Keep those tires in place when you're off-roading.
Yep.
Wheel arches, raised hood, side steps, and no reserve. That's a tough guy.
61.
Yeah, and not over the top at all for all those options that you just listed off, Bill. It works. There's nothing that is not aesthetically pleasing on this truck.
Yeah, it's got an all-business look, Chris.
No reserve here, too. 63 is the number, and Jimmy Landis just puts that one in the sold column.
Yep. File that under can't build it for that much.
Well, yeah, absolutely right. Yes, indeed. Well, you know what? We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more in a moment. Rutledge is not on break. He's actually doing some research right now, and we'll explain why and what he's doing in a moment. Well, coming up here shortly, a car that we previewed yesterday. We previewed a little while ago with Chris and Jeff Stunkard. It's a 1970 Hemi Challenger RTSE in B5 blue. One of only 59 built, one of 4 for Canada, and believed to be one of 1 in that blue, white stripe, black top color combination, and we'll dive into that SE option and exactly what that got you a little bit later on when that car comes to the block here at the 39th Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic. In the meantime, how about a little bit more Mopar for you? 69 Super B, Bill, with a reserve off in $75,000 the bid.
Yeah, 1969, you get a 426 Hemi in your Super B. 426. What are you, a girly man? This one has a 572 cubic inch Hemi. The Gen 2 Super Street Hemi, I'm guessing over 600 horse, dual Edelbrock carburetors, big 4 barrels that will eat 93 octane like there's no tomorrow. 4-speed car. Restored N96 hood, Krager SS wheels, Dana rear end, yow. And the McLeod clutch, it'll take 1,000 horsepower. And this one, yeah, you know what? This probably is over 600 horsepower. We could be close to that. Who knows? I don't know what they've done to the inside of that motor, but they're off to a good start with 572 cubic inches.
Sold 81.
Yeah, this car is wicked, and I'm glad to see it sell at 82. You know, you mentioned that refurbished N96 hood. The consignor sheet also makes note of the fact that you get the original N96 hood with the car too. So they're throwing something in for the purists.
Hey, I tell everybody, when you modify a car like they did on this, don't throw anything away. Keep it.
Big Mustang on the block. One of the biggest. It's a Boss 429 now from 1969. Hang on to your hats.
Yeah, hang on indeed. Odometer reads 2,500 miles, and we know the story of the Boss 429 now. 69 and 70. A 429 semi-Hemi rated at 375 horsepower. And that's what you call gaslighting people. Well over 400 to maybe 450 horsepower. Some people have even said closer to 500. Candy apple red with a black interior. They all had 4 speeds. Traction lock rear end. Restored by Bob Wilson Jr., well-known fellow in the community, has the correct markings throughout, and the powertrain is matching numbers. Got the Marty Report original build sheet. Power front disc brakes, of course, power steering, Magnum 500 wheels. And we're at $310,000.
$310,000 is the bid. $320,000 for it. I have 310 bid. You're going to get $320,000.
Real easy way to differentiate between 69 and 70, the 2 years that the Boss 9 were produced, is the hood scoop. If it is matching the color of the car, it is a 69. And 70, they were all black.
320.
We're at 310 with, I would imagine, still a little ways to go. We've got a couple of guys in the mix here.
I would say there's probably a long ways to go.
320. 320,000.
Jamie McLeod there in the lower left-hand corner. Actually, he's in both of those pictures over there.
Okay, going to close the bid.
And his guy is a little bit far apart, if I'm reading the hand signal correctly. So 310 is where we'll leave that car, and it's going to be a bit goes on car right now.
Yeah, it looked like Frank just flashed a 4. It probably would have had to have started with that had it sold.
That seems more accurate, yes, indeed. Okay, so with that, let's send it over to Rutledge Wood to explain a little bit more about something that he was involved in as we went to commercial and something that you can get involved in at home, Rut.
Scott, it's so cool. I can't believe I'm playing video games at work. This is really exciting. I actually saw my new friend Adam over here I made. He's a second-year Purdue student studying finance, so I look forward to working for this guy one day. But I saw he was playing Fortnite, and then I looked and it said Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Take a look at the big screen because my computer's up on there. Look at this. I'm at a Mecum Auctions within Fortnite. This is so cool. If you go to the Sunday Car Club Island, you can actually check it out, and you can come in here and you can bid on cars. Oh, that's not the Chicken Man, but there's the Banana Man. How cool is that? So you can play the game. You can go to these different islands in the newest update, and it's so cool because it gives kids a way to understand how Mecum Auctions work, see what their parents are doing, how they enjoy it. Then you can get to have these cars and ride around on the island with them. It's such a fun thing, but I didn't know that I could do this at work, so I'm really excited. Look, people are bidding. Oh man, they're having so much fun. Wait a second. Does that mean right over here would be, oh yes, it's Scott and Bill's desk and you guys made it into the game. You look like a big banana. Isn't that fun?
Oh,
how cool is that, guys?
That is hilarious.
Yes.
Where's the banana wearing a plaid shirt?
Well, I don't know, but I am so impressed at Rutledge's ability to multitask. I've never seen anybody stuff the microphone down his shirt while he's handling the computer. That is really well done there, Rut.
There was an F40 on the block there, too. Rut, put a bid in, man.
I'm going to try, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, that is something brand new that we are teaming up with the guys at Fortnite. So very cool. And there's all the Sunday Car Club Island code information for you as well. All right, Rutledge, time to get back to work, brother. Okay, we'll see you over here at the block momentarily as we await the arrival of this 72 K10.
Yeah, you could call this a resto mod. It's been recently restored and it's been modified. 6-liter LS. Yep, another LS swap in here with a 4L60E automatic. Metallic blue with houndstooth interior. Look at that. Look at that. Elevated ride height there. Big lift kit in that. New springs, bushings, and shocks, and the Raceline wheels. New BF Goodrich all-terrain tires as well. Power steering, power four-wheel disc brakes. Well thought out and well executed. You can see the interior.
$35,000 close to bid. The bid goes on. Up next, lot T118.
Tell you what, as you see the bid go on at $35,000, you will never go wrong in one of these vintage Chevy cars or trucks with that houndstooth interior, man. That is so classic and so cool.
Big favorite, you're right.
Interested to see what's going to happen here on the next car on the block. It's the now legendary, 3 years old, but still legendary, 2023 Challenger SRT Demon 170.
Yeah, we're going back to the last call now, the Demon 170, the 1,025 horsepower Hemi V8, the 6.2-liter supercharged unit. This one, of course, has that automatic transmission to take all of that horsepower. Hellcat red-eye wide body option, over $14,000 for that. Of course, the Demon 170 package was a $20,000 plus extra cost option. But these have been around for a few years now, so we're pretty familiar with the running gear and what these cars are capable of.
A couple of boxes they didn't check. This does not have the carbon fiber wheels, does not have the sunroof option, but does have that leather interior, the demonic red. Exterior color is granite. And they only made 3,000 of these, 300 additional for the Canadian market, so rare indeed.
And the thing about this one, it's basically brand new. I mean, just 17 miles.
Delivery miles, as they call them. Basically what, the miles put on, pushing it onto the truck and to the dealership.
Well, the reserve's off at $130 now. And it's sold. Well, there you go. $130,000 for a 17-mile Demon 170. That kind of lines up, doesn't it?
File that under well bought.
Yeah, delivery miles with that car, the delivery takes about 8 seconds.
Right. Welcome back to the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic in Indianapolis. There you see the look at the upcoming schedule, and circle that date, August 13th. That's when we begin out west in Monterey, California. Of course, the new event in Nashville as well, but Monterey is what we're talking about right now. Let's send it over to Steve Matchett at the other end of the auction block with a very special motorcycle that will be going to Central California. Steve?
Boy, oh boy, Scott, very special indeed. Very, very rarely will you see one of these bikes that I'm standing alongside right now. It is the 1972 Ducati Imola Racer. Well, as soon as anybody mentions the word Imola, my ears prick up, because in my world of Formula One, Imola was the very first race I attended as a mechanic with Benetton. I know the circuit very well. This machine was built for that 200-mile race back in 1972. Ducati absolutely mastered it and finished the race 1-2, with Paul Smart winning the race on his 29th birthday. But more than that, the great significance of it is that Ducati were using a desmodronic valve system in the engine here. They were getting the engine to rev up to 9,000 RPM, couldn't use valve springs because of the valve bounce problem, so they used a mechanical system, Desmodronic valve system, to be able to lift and close that valve. Absolutely incredible piece of engineering. It transformed Ducati's standing in the world of bikes, and they became legendary and known from this point on for their wonderful performance engineering. 1972 Ducati Imola racer, guys. It is absolutely stunning, and it is coming, as Scott says, to Monterey in August.
Oh, that is going to be spectacular. Thank you, Steve. And if you're here at Indy, go check that bike out. It is sensational. And don't forget that every single auction that we hold, there are motorcycles available, some more than others. And, of course, the big one in Vegas at the end of January is the largest in the world. Now to this Auburn 851 Boattail Speedster from 1935, a car that Steve previewed a little bit earlier at the top of the show, in fact, and the bid here over $600,000.
A real one, not a replica. Let's get that out of the way right up front. And in the pantheon of great classic automobiles, the Boattail Speedster would definitely belong.
Just wanted to point something out real quick. It's ready for the country club. This door right here is a golf club door. Open that up, slide your clubs in, you're ready to play.
Yeah, in fact, when Steve did his preview, he said he put his croquet mallets in there.
And hoops.
And hoops.
Right?
Yes, for the croquet game.
I didn't know there were, I didn't know that's what they called them, hoops in croquet, but yes, either will work. The bid did go on that Auburn at $625,000. Now to this 1950 Curtis sports car. We're used to seeing race cars from Curtis here, Bill. Not here.
They did build street cars for a while, Frank Curtis, and these cars right here are certainly rare. This is one of only 16 that were built and recognized as the final Curtis sports car completed. Glendale, California, believed to be the only surviving car that retains its original brass Curtis firewall chassis plate. Has a little 331 cubic inch Cadillac V8 in it with Stromberg carburetors. And these cars, they didn't last long, and now they're learning a whole new appreciation out there from collectors.
We are back in Indy at the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Steve Matchett, Rutledge Wood, Shannon Spake, Jeff Stunkard on board with us here for a few days as well. And it is time for today's NPD preview. We are pleased to partner with NPD National Parts Depot once again this year as NPD celebrates 50 years in business. And for that, Chris Jacobs standing by.
Thanks, guys. Got a fun one for you today for NPD. This is a 1979 Mustang Pace Car Edition. Very cool graphics. You know, the Indianapolis 500, very well known for their pace cars, and this certainly was one that stood out aesthetically. It's powered by a 302, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. See, you got that black and white cloth interior with the netted headrests. As we come around the back, you got the spoiler. You got the Indy 500 Motor Speedway graphic on the gas door, and of course, the official pace car graphic going down the side. Now, Scott, I always ask you this because you're just Johnny on the spot with the answers. Who won the Indy 500 in 1979?
Well, very interesting, Chris Jacobs, on that. It was the first of 4 wins by Rick Mears from Bakersfield, California.
I knew you would come through for me. And check that out, the NPD catalog. And the cover model is this 79 pace car. Bill, please tell us more about the pages inside.
Very happy to do that. If you're going to be restoring your Fox Body Mustang, you got to have that book because a lot of what you need is going to be within the pages right there. And a big shout out to Rick Schmidt, the COO of National Parts Depot, one of our good buddies, very knowledgeable, and he makes sure that what you need is going to be in that catalog.
By the way, Chris and Bill, as we see this 69 Camaro SS at $75,000, who drove the pace car in 1979? Jackie Stewart.
Oh, Chris, this is exciting motor racing.
I knew that would get you going.
Oh, I grew up listening to him.
Yes, we all did.
3-time world champion. Can't take that away from him.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful day for a motor car race.
Oh, Chris.
And Chris would have been Chris Economaki, probably, right?
That would be him.
Yeah.
70 pounds a bit.
Ooh, look at this. This is an L78, 1969. Camaro SS. Ooh, the money's going up. Muncie, M21 4-speed. Look at that color, Daytona yellow. Love that color with the houndstooth interior and the white vinyl top.
And the red lines, man.
Yeah. And you know what? It's going to take somewhere near 6 figures to buy it.
You read my mind. You read my mind. That is too good. Okay, 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge. All rise.
Yes, sir. And we got some rarity here, too. That Mayfair Maze paint and parchment interior. It's got the 400 cube V8. There you go. That is the Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower. This one is an automatic, of course, 4-speed, also available in the Judge. Air-conditioned car, power steering and brakes. It's got PHS documents and has been Concours restored to GTO AA standards. They are the experts on any GTO. And the GTO Judge, hood tachometer, redline tires. And you see those rally wheels. These were cars that's supposed to have been the budget GTO, but boy, they reversed the polarity on that and became the premium GTO when they debuted in 1969.
Now 100. Now 100.
100.
Now 100. 100 pounds another bit. 97 going to be 100.
97, and they're asking for 100,000.
They should get it. They did.
100 to bid. 100.
Easily worth 6 figures, especially with the rarity of that paint, the parchment inside, the white vinyl top.
Yep. 7%.
100 to bid. 102 pounds. You're down 1 to bid. 2 pounds.
You want to sell it?
102 pounds.
13-second quarter miles right from the dealer.
Yes or no? I got to go.
I worked at New England Dragway up in Epping, New Hampshire in 1969, and we used to have, just a fleet of these GTOs and GTO Judges come up. I tell you, they were not to be trifled with. Fast cars.
Very good. Reserve is off. We saw Jamie McLeod on the phone with the consignor and got to the number he wanted.
Last call. Here we go. He said no. 102.5. So
100,000 it is.
I done it, brother. Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Boy, I tell you, that color combination is just so striking for a couple of reasons. You mentioned the rarity, Bill, but it's not one of those just reach out and grab you by the neck visual palette, if you will.
Right, no, it's not a hand grenade going off. It's a little more subtle, more, what you might say, easier to digest, maybe.
Exactly. Well, digest this. One of our favorite cars here from the Mopar stable. It's that 70 Hemi Challenger RTSE.
Yes, with a skillful combination of performance and luxury, as Jeff Stunkard so eloquently pointed out a little while ago. It's got the 426, 425 horsepower Hemi with a Torque Flight automatic, B5 blue, black interior, and black vinyl top. But power steering, power brakes, 8-track radio, 6-way adjustable seat. And that was the whole idea. You get your performance out of the Hemi, but let's be a little bit more upscale than maybe, the Camaros and the Mustangs, the opposite numbers in 1970. Kind of bridge the gap between both worlds, and these cars did it.
Bidding at 210, it's an SE special edition, and that got you the vinyl top, small window, carpet on the lower door panels, and also a little consolette, if you will, above your head. And you got 3 lights in that little consolette: the seatbelt light, the low fuel light, and the door ajar light.
And what was very appealing about all those things? They did not significantly add a lot of weight to the car.
Right.
So you didn't sacrifice the performance for those items.
It's a power window car as well. Chris pointed out the locking gas cap. under that flip-top filler.
Yeah, when gas was 38 cents a gallon, you didn't want anybody stealing any of it.
That's true. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
And also, we pointed this out, believed to be one of one in this color combination, blue with the white stripe and the black vinyl.
Yeah.
Crazy cool.
Car speaks for itself.
Sure
It's up
does.
to the bidders now.
And the reserve is off. Love that.
Yeah.
220 pounds another bill. 215, 220.
Rightly so.
That car is going to go into somebody's collection who already has maybe some Hemi Mopars or high-performance Mopars, and this is the last piece of that collection puzzle.
Yeah, you may be right. You may be right, my friend. And there it is, $215,000. And that is our #1 car for this entire event at this point. And that goes all the way back to last Friday, May the 8th, when we opened things up here in Indy. Very, very cool. Good to see that. Well, here is a 1974 Ford Bronco that has been altered and modified and customized. Wow, lots of work done.
Oh, this is going to sell for some pretty money, too. I would say this is one of the most impressive custom Broncos we've seen in a while, and the workmanship on the build is just tremendous. Brand new frame underneath there from the folks at Kinser Chassis out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Restoration is fresh. Got a rebuilt 302 in there with Holly Sniper fuel injection. I'm guessing maybe about 325 horse. Got a billet front runner system on the belts. Rebuilt C4 automatic transmission and a tri-stage orange pearl metallic paint. That is kill zone all the way. Great wheels. 20-inch custom wheels, all chromed out. It's got the chrome step bar along the rocker panels, Rancho shocks, great ride height. And 80 is the high bid, and not enough. And I'm not surprised, to be honest.
What was the horsepower, did you say?
They don't say, but I'll give you a pretty good guess with that rebuilt 302 and the Holly Sniper. I'd say maybe 325 or so in that neighborhood, yeah.
That might be enough to do a little wheelie there.
Yeah, hike the front end a little, who knows?
Maybe. Okay, 1999 Z28 will be right behind that little Bronco.
305 horse, 5.7. The odometer reads 78 miles. Original window sticker there. 6-speed manual transmission. That's always delightful in a Camaro. Air conditioning, Delco, AM/FM cassette stereo. Power, huh?
No, I was just going to say, you mentioned the low mileage. This one's never been dealer prepped.
No,
it's brand new.
Yep. Yeah, power windows and locks. 4-wheel power disc brakes.
Crazy.
Oh, chrome wheels. And again, we are trading in water that's a little bit deeper than it would have been without that mileage on it. These are anywhere between $20,000 to $25,000 cars. But not when they're only showing 78 miles. Optional T-tops and tinted glass. With a bright blue metallic.
For 42,000, 47, 42. 42, come on, David, 42, 40 bid, 42.
That's the original window sticker. That's not a copy.
42,
Right?
down, two. You're two, high down, two. Hey, David, we're going to get 41. I think that would do it. 41, okay? 41.
Yeah, there are companies that will
41.
make you a replica window sticker, but you can tell they're replicas.
Yeah.
They're not exact to what would have come on the car.
41 is the bid. 42, 41, 42. 41, 42.
Still working on it. That's Russ Conklin on the lower left.
42 Hey, reserve is off. 41, 42 pounds another bid.
Gonna sell.
41 pounds, 42 pounds.
Megan on the internet in the upper left-hand corner, sporting some appropriate checkered flag decor there. Yeah, nicely done. Getting into the Indy 500 spirit. And that car has found a new owner. Let's see what happens to this little 65 Corvette convertible, Bill.
Oh, one of my all-time favorite engines here, that fuel-injected 375 horsepower, 327. Remember, they went up to 375 horsepower. 1964 carried over 1965, and then the fuel-injected engines, they went away in 1966 as the big blocks. 427s came in. One of only 771 Corvettes produced with this engine in 1965 as well. There's some rarity. Interesting feature here, that engine was rebuilt this year to factory L84 specifications, so we could be looking at even more than 375 horsepower. It's a 4-speed car, which a lot of the Fuelies were, 370 positive traction rear end, and that one-year-only Milano maroon paint. Now, there was another maroon color, Marlboro maroon, but Milano, that was that 1965 only color. Teakwood steering wheel, nice. AM/FM radio, and the convertible top, which we don't see. That's a black convertible top hiding underneath there.
74's in the back with Paul, 75. Hey, free service off, and it goes steady. 74, 75. 75 pound out of now 5, now 5, now 5, and now 4, 5, 75, negative 5,
74, the reserve is off.
74, 75 pounds out. Here now 5 to bed down there, 75 pound out of bed down. So 74 pounds out.
There you go.
Bingo.
You didn't even beat me up today. No, I was nice. I was nice to you yesterday. Today.
That's the new owner of that Corvette with Paul Guck helping out there, our man out in the bullpen, if you will. And 74 grand buys it. All right, from a 65 Corvette to a 64 convertible here.
Corvette o'clock.
Sure is.
Oh, yes. Another Fuelie car. 375 horse, 327, matching numbers. M21 4-speed manual transmission. 370. Ratio positive traction rear end. Power steering. They've even restored the frame to NCRS standards. Wow. This is pretty special. We're in the low 80s on this car. Got the knockoff wheels. White wall tires. A lot of mid-year Corvettes came with those.
Tell you what, 82 here for this Fuelie 64 will not get the deal done.
Nope.
So bid goes on car for now. We'll see if something happens once it leaves the arena. And next up is a 1963 CSX 2000 Series Cobra. It's a Bob Bondurant tribute car here, Bill.
Yeah, it is. It's the CSX 2000 Series was the small block version of the continuation Cobras that Carroll Shelby built. And this one was built to replicate CSX 2345, a real competition Cobra Roadster that was driven by Bob Bondurant during that championship season, where Shelby had 5 first-place wins with this car and was the only roadster on Bondurant's team. Remember, they were running Daytona Coupes in 1965, heading for that world championship. Aluminum 289 block, and that's been built up to 364 cubic inches. Tremec 5-speed, rather than the 4-speed the original cars would have come from. But next to an original Shelby Cobra that was built back in the day, these continuation cars are just nuts on, as we like to say. I had a CSX 4000 series, the big block version, and I can tell you that they are so faithful. There were some changes made, upgrades, a few little kind of improvements made to these cars, but there's no replica out there that can match the faithfulness and the original looking features that these continuation cars have.
Well, and $125,000. That'll put it into the top 3 today. Very nicely done. The car that is in that number 1 spot, we told you about it, that 1970 Dodge Hemi Challenger that sold a few moments ago. Let's go over to Chris and Jeff once again for reaction on that and a look ahead at another car.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Yeah, Jeff, the car that we previewed earlier, the RTSE, sold for $215,000. Thoughts on that?
Well, again, somebody, I think, got a really great deal on a truly fabulous car. And I think we're going to see as the weekend goes on, there's other really great Mopars coming up. That car was exceptional, and I think someone got a great price on that. So. Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, so many options checked off on that build sheet. Very cool to see it go into a new collection. A little surprising on the price. As you said, someone got a very good value.
Well, with Challengers, we've always seen they're a little bit under the CUDA market, only because the CUDA seems to have a little more sport orientation to it. But like I said, that was a top-of-the-line vehicle, so cool piece.
Well, let's talk about one that's got some sport and some leisure, and that is this 1970 Coronet convertible, 440 under the hood, drop top.
Yeah, well, Coronet RT, this is the final year of the two-door Coronet, and this car is a 444 barrel. It's got the Ram Charger hood option, which prevented it from getting air conditioning. What I think is really cool about this car, though, is the styling for 1970 radically changed. Not so much the way it would in 71, but these were the beginnings of the look for the G-Series bodies that would debut in 71. The streamlining on the fenders was actually pretty important because these are the fenders they used on Superbird. Plymouth saw that this design was going to work for their cars, so they took the hood and the fenders for Superbird. But anyway, as a convertible RT, the Hemi versions of this model are basically the unicorns of the Mopar hobby. They built 3. They built 296 of these. This car has actually got a great color combination as well. If you look at the outside, is this rich, very rich red, and then you've got the saddle tan interior. And the back panel is, of course, unique to the RT. It's a special panel they used only in that model. The fender scoops along the side. So when you look inside this car, again, we've got the AM8 track. The car has some good options on it, and this is another car from the Great Lakes collection. We're going to see what this is going to do in just a little while here today.
Yeah, you got to love the boldness of whoever ordered this car initially. Burnt orange over burnt orange with the white top, white stripe. I love it. As Jeff said, going across the block in just a little bit. Stick around, more from Indy coming up.
Welcome back to Indy. Just a moment ago, this 2025 Mustang Dark Horse Hennessy Super Venom car sold for $125,000. That is a supercharged 5-liter Coyote build cranking out 850 horsepower. Is that enough for you?
John Hennessy should be on the terrorist watch list with some of the things that he builds. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that car is just absolutely demonic, and I'm so glad to see it sell. We don't get many of them, and when they get here, boy, we love to see them go to a new owner.
Absolutely right. Very, very good.
By the way,
yes,
got to go back real quick. Milano Maroon, 2 years,
yeah.
not one, 2, 65 and 66.
Okay.
Just to clean that up.
Yep. The Corvette, we saw that in 65, the previous segment.
Yeah.
1937 Lincoln Zephyr just gabbled for $30,000.
A 267 cubic inch flathead V12. How do they get all those cylinders into that little block? They figured it out. One of 1,500 that were produced in 1937. 3-speed manual transmission. And the Lincoln Zephyr. That was an automobile that accompanied the big Lincolns back in the day. This one has the fender skirts on it, got a streamlined look as well. And did we sell it?
Yeah, $30,000.
Good.
$30,000. Yeah, and I'm thinking those cylinders must be the size of test tubes or something.
Yeah. Again, a great engineering job, fellas.
Here we go with a 1936 Packard 1401-8 coupe.
Yeah,
Roadster.
Yes, 8 referring to the inline 8-cylinder engine with 130 horsepower and a 3-speed manual transmission. Yellow and beige, beautiful restoration. Fold-up luggage rack in the back. Boy, that was big deal back then for those weekend outings.
Hey, this is pretty cool. This 36 Packard passing us on the block, and that green Duesenberg that's going to Monterey right behind it. How about that?
It's like an episode of The Untouchables.
Yes, through. What a great look, though.
Yep, dual side mounts, and very regal and sporty looking Packard. Back when Packard was trying to get through the Great Depression, you know, and keep its pants on. It was not easy to do during that time period for premium automobiles.
Well, let's go back. We see that sell, as you saw on the screen, for $45,000. Let's go back well over 100 years, Bill. 1912 brass era Model T touring car.
The car that put America on wheels, the Model T. You know, Henry Ford was so proud of this car, and he had to be talked into moving past the Model T and to go into a more modern automobile. He thought he could just keep selling these while the automotive world around him was changing very rapidly and cars were becoming more modern. But these little Model Ts, not expensive. They are so historically important. Little 2-speed planetary transmission in the L-head inline 4-cylinder engine, and you see the soft top and the rear seat, and that was a family automobile back in the early 1900s.
Coyote engine swap, maybe?
No, wrong animal. It'd be like a pussycat engine swap.
Hey, but $25,000 is not bad for a 1912 Model T.
When you think how important they are in American history and still pretty affordable.
Exactly.
You know, it's pretty neat.
Here's another Packard, 1928 443 club sedan this time.
Yeah, this is pre-Great Depression, which hit in 1929. 105 horsepower Packard straight 8 engine. Let me tell you something. Back in 1928, 100 horsepower, you were a player. This, of course, has the closed body design here, kind of like a town car look. Of course, the opera car, the town car usually would have an open cockpit. This one with a fixed roof. 143-inch wheelbase. Big car, big Packard, club sedan.
Bill, isn't it wild to think that 2 years from now we'll be able to look at this car and say, okay, 100 years ago, this was the latest and greatest, and now you look at technology and how far it's come. It kind of blows your mind in how much we've progressed with the automobile in such a short window of time.
It is a short window of time when you take a look at the advancements that have happened over that time period. We got self-driving cars now.
All right, sir. Well, we tried. We were in for a minute.
Well, 60,000 buys this Packard, and the next car is actually the 6th and final car from this collection, one of 30-plus collections here, the Meany collection. It's a 1938 Packard 6 convertible coupe.
And the 6 relates to the inline 6-cylinder engine. This is the first year for the all-steel body in the Packard. 100 horsepower, 245 cubic inch, flathead inline 6 with a synchromesh, 3-speed manual transmission, and synchromesh was a pretty big deal back then. Prior to that, non-synchromesh transmission, you had to match the gears or double clutch or be extra careful when you're changing gears. Synchromesh made it so much easier. Black out, black in, rear jump seats. And a car that, very important in American automotive history, 1938, we're crawling out of that Great Depression. Cars were becoming a little bit more opulent, shall we say. And Packard, they kind of compromised their image a little bit to survive the Great Depression, but could still build great automobiles like this.
Well, this one sells at $40,000, and we have just crossed over the 1 o'clock threshold here in Indy, 1 p.m. Eastern. And 2 hours into our program today, we're here until 5 o'clock Eastern. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, Steve Matchett, Shannon Spake, the entire gang here at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic, and we are thrilled you are with us here on ESPN+. Engine swap time, Bill, on this one.
There we go, fuel-injected LS with an LS6 intake on top. Holley serpentine drive system, 4L60E, 4-speed, automatic with overdrive. A true SS, by the way. It's got the 166 vehicle identification number. Four-wheel power disc brakes have been added and finished. Got stainless headers, dual exhaust, and a great look. Simple white outside. Saw the blue interior. And it was not a car that they really overthought very much. Find the right wheel combination, tires, simple, beautifully applied paint job. What else do you need?
That's a really usable hot rod. The family could hop in, have fun. Great stagger to the wheels there, finding that perfect offset that would really fill it up, but not become too much. It's sort of the perfect modern and classic together.
It is, and we talk a lot about these LS swaps, but once again, these are engines that are reliable. They provide power. You have just a whole multiple choice of what kind of horsepower you want to run. You can go really wild if you want, but you don't have to.
You may have inadvertently coined a new genre, the family hot rod.
There's some great ones here for you, that's for
know.
sure.
You are right on. This family hot rod sells for $60,000, and we turn our attention down to the 303 staging lane, and that's where Shannon Spake is hanging out today.
Yeah, we don't have hot rods right now. We're going to go for a different type of ride in this Jeep Wrangler. Take a look, guys, at these 42-inch tires. Very large. Over almost 150 pounds each is what this is. Take a look. It's right up to hip level. But this thing has a powerful engine. You can see the Demon logo right here, 840 horsepower. It is a Hemi in this engine. The tires are so cool, but of course, when you have a car this large, lifted this high, you got to have the step up, right? Everything is so beautiful in here. The radio is updated. You know the steering column is updated to handle the power of these tires. You can go for a ride. You can pretty much tow anything you want. It's got a winch in the front, and of course, because you have the 42-inch tires, well, you need a custom holder for the tires, and you've got that as well with this Jeep. Anytime you guys want to go for a ride, off-roading, we can go rock climbing, whatever you want to do in this one. Scott?
Oh, absolutely, Shannon. Thank you very much. Yeah, those tires are way too big for the stock spare tire holder out back. You know, some people are actually going without the spare tire on the back. It's kind of a thing. They just leave it off.
Hey, you know, we were talking about the 6.4 and the Rubicon we saw earlier.
Right.
That's the Demon engine, 840 horsepower.
Yeah, those big tires will come in handy.
Rock climbing, climb a Matterhorn with that Jeep.
Oh, yes, indeed. Okay, no reserve. Already at 65 on this 69 Pace Car Edition Camaro.
You know, maybe the favorite pace car of all of the ones that we have seen, the 69 Camaro. This is the RSSS version. This one with 350, the small block. You get a 396 in these as well. And this one with an automatic. You could also get a 4-speed. But it's all about being the official pace car for the Indianapolis 500 with the Hugger orange and the white Dover white outside. You got the orange houndstooth interior. All of those 69 pace cars had. And the love affair with these cars has not waned. And the dashboard was signed by Mario Andretti. Now, why would Mario autograph the dashboard of the 1969 pace cars?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. One of the most legendary drivers in a legendary year for sure. $69,000 bought that 69 pace car. It's poetic. The stars are aligned.
But yeah, everything is falling into place.
Well, you have already seen and heard about the cars from the M Group collection, and we cannot emphasize these enough for you. 41 cars on their own. They are headliners, but collectively, they are unbelievable. They span 9 different decades. 63 Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase California Spider. Porsche 959 Comfort, a couple of the McLaren Ultimate Series cars, a couple of more modern Challengers, a 1930 V16 Cadillac, for crying out loud. That's that short wheelbase California Spider right in the middle there. And they are crossing the block on Saturday. You will not want to miss those here in Indy. Wow. What a group of cars they are, Bill.
Yeah, we were out there, Chris Jacobs and Steve Matchett and I, when we shot a little preview, and we were thunderstruck, just not only by the types of cars, but the condition, and so many of them all in one place.
Yep. Anyway, here is 1970 GTO convertible with Judge badging on it, and brilliant in the mid-60s at the moment.
Yeah, it's an unjudge, but it's made to look like one. And we see that happen,
67.
and it's okay as long as everybody knows that it's not a genuine Judge.
We're in 67.
400 cube under the hood with an automatic transmission. Professionally rebuilt engine, by the way, and 1,000 miles on that drivetrain since everything was finished. Donnybrook Green, that's a PPG base coat clear coat, which is a reapplication of the factory color, but it's in a clear coat now, and it really comes to life with a sandalwood interior, highly optioned car. Power top, power windows and locks, steering and brakes, factory air. It's got that rear spoiler, the hood tachometer, and a lot of new parts as well.
74.
I mean, this is bringing the money, and rightly so. Reserve is off.
Or 77, that'd be ideal.
Want to try 76 one time? You've done all the work.
75 is the bid.
Last call. Yes or no?
Last call. And up to the 5 bid, 77 pound, 5 bid, 7.5. Sold 75. Sold $75,000.
Boy, that's an excellent color scheme.
Oh, 69 Ford
Can't take your eyes
Mustang
off
Mach
it.
1
No
fastback.
question, man.
Rotisserie restoration, 428.
No
Cobra
doubt
10,
about it.
R code V8 with a 4-speed.
$75,000 puts that one in the sold column. And we shift our attention for the first time in our day and a half or so of coverage to a Mustang Mach 1. This from 1969.
Oh, it's a muscle man, 428 Cobra Jet R code. You bet. Close ratio 4-speed. After a rotisserie restoration using original and NOS parts. We use the term NOS, if you're not familiar with that. That's new old stock parts. Those are parts that were produced back in the day but never used, never installed. So they are technically new, but out of an old inventory. Repainted in the factory correct Acapulco blue. Shaker hood car, traction lock rear end, and this was the real street threat for Ford back in 1969. You know, the Boss 429, that was kind of a bad customer, but the 428 Cobra Jets, those were the ones that in terms of drag racing were most appropriate for that.
Well, this one sells for $120,000, and to pick up on that NOS, don't think you can just go and, you know, easily find some of that NOS stuff, because they can be like a needle in a haystack sometimes. And sometimes you might as well replace the S in NOS with a $sign, because they are quite expensive. They can be.
Yeah, they can be.
Depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah, the harder they are to find, the more you're going to pay for them.
No question. All right, 1958 Corvette here at no reserve.
Yeah, this is a Fuelie, the 290 horse, 283, restored by Larry Gehrig with only 40 miles since they finished it, with a 4-speed manual, signet red, white coves. For a long time, this was the forgotten C1 Corvette, but not anymore. Boy, they are really earning their keep these days, especially the fuel-injected versions. Radio delete in here, and we say radio delete, and we've been corrected on that at times, and rightly so. Cars didn't automatically come with radios. They were actually options, so you can't delete an option unless you order it and then take it out. So if it comes from the factory without a radio, that's the way that they should come unless you order one.
$100,000.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Scott. You know, we didn't see this kind of money on these for a while, you know, because of the rippled hood and the trunk irons and the extra chrome and the dual headlights. It took a while for these to find a lot of love out there.
Well, this one's getting the love and got it at $102,500.
Indianapolis 500 pace car edition, V8
Next car on the block is one that we've already seen today, part of of our NPD preview a little bit earlier. Easy to spot. It's that 1979 Mustang Indy 500 Pace Car edition. Chris had it for us.
Yes, he did. Yep, 302. Not hemorrhaging horsepower here, but that's okay. It's just kind of a novelty Mustang, actually, to be a replica of a pace car from the 1979 Indianapolis 500.
Yep.
4-speed manual, and that easily recognizable Indianapolis 500 pace car livery all over the car.
Now keep in mind, in 1979, they had already cracked the 200-mile-an-hour barrier at Indy, and so, you know, just about any time a pace car was on the track, it was very, very significantly modified to be able to go fast enough to, you know, run with those race cars.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, didn't they have to kind of upgrade the horsepower in some pace cars so that they'd be fast enough to pace the race? They would either have to modify them or get the highest horsepower version of a car.
Exactly.
Because they had to be able to pace the race cars.
Right. The first time that didn't happen was in 1989 with that Turbo Trans Am.
Exactly. I remember that now, yeah.
Yep. All right. Actually, we were talking about that, and I missed what that car did. Did it sell or no? It did.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Let's hear it for the Fox Body Mustangs. That was the first year for those, by the way.
Yeah, $61,000. Okay, and 1969 brings us a Hurst Oldsmobile.
Yeah, we always love these cars. What a great story. You know, remember back throughout the 60s, General Motors had a dictate for all of their intermediate and downsized cars that they could not have any engines bigger than 400 cubic inches. And so the folks at Oldsmobile and then Hurst with Doc Watson and that whole group decided, well, we'll kind of build a specialty car that has a 455 in it. So in 68, they did it. That car in 68 had 390 horsepower. This is the 69 a year later, still at 380. And boy, these are real collector's items. This is beautifully presented, frame-off Concours restoration. 176, by the way, of 906 that were built in 69. Automatic transmission. A lot of the parts will go back to that NOS designation. Those were used throughout during the restoration. By the way, it's got the Hurst dual gate shifter, known to some people as the his and her shifter.
1.6-5er.
Had a manual shift action on one side and a fully automatic shift action over on the other. But these cars are worth some serious money when they are in this kind, look at this, restoration condition.
170,000, that's a solid number 2 for the day so far.
All done, 100%.
Cameo white Firefrost paint, pinstripes, black interior. Super stock wheels, raised white letter tires.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice. 170 buys that Hurst Olds, 1969.
Automatic power steering, power front disc brakes, no reserve.
Well, here's a color we don't see often, Brother Bill. 68 Chevelle Super Sport, and they're calling this Canary Yellow.
Really?
That's what it says.
That's the OEM color, Canary Yellow. Okay, you're right. We don't see many of these. It's a 396 car, SS 396. It's got the mid-horsepower engine, 350 horsepower. And it's a real super sport. 138 begins the VIN, and that's proof of it. First year for the second generation Chevelle redesign. Automatic transmission, the turbo hydromatic. Power steering, power front disc brakes. And an excellent muscle car from 1968 when the muscle car wars were pretty much at full boil. And you had street cred with an SS 396.
Boy, did you ever.
Yep.
48, no problem. 50,000. 50. Can't see the third row there. 50,000 a bid. He just sat down. 50,000 a bid. 48 bid. 50 bid. And now 58 pound pipe. Get a bit of a 50 here. Last call. Y'all 50 bid.
325 horse. 396 was the entry level. 378. The L78. 375 horse was the top horsepower offered.
And this car winds up selling at $48,000. Well, time for a legendary Buick here. Skylark convertible, 1954.
You want to talk about an out-of-the-box color. This Condor Yellow is also one rarely, if have ever seen, on a 54 Buick Skylark, one of those Motorama cars from 1953, which went into production almost exactly the way that the car was presented at the GM Motorama in 1953. They built 836 of these, 322 cubic inch, nail head, engine in it. Boy, oh boy, these cars were a sensation. When you saw one of these on the road, suddenly you forgot about Cadillacs and Imperials and all of the other high-end cars. These stole the show. Real wire wheels, wide white wall tires.
Boy, this is a sensation 70-plus years later. I mean, it's incredible.
It is. They have lost none of their luster.
$110,000 is far from being enough to buy that car today. It will head to bid goes on. Well, I tell you what, look out Nashville, because Mecum is coming to town in September of this year, and we cannot wait. September 23 through the 26th at the Nashville Super Speedway, and one of the featured collections will be that couple of the cars that you see there in your picture. They are on the way to the Nashville Super Speedway, and we will be there with them and document it all for you here on ESPN Plus. Cannot wait. And I know a lot of people down in that part of the country are anxiously awaiting those cars and those collections.
Yes, sir.
1961 Corvette convertible as we lead off a new segment, Bill, and not going to be enough here at 90 grand.
No, you're going to have to go into six figures for this. NCRS top flight car. It's a dual quad car, 270 horsepower, 283 with a 4-speed. You see the finish and the fit on this car. Positive traction, 411 gears. Yep, we got to go a little more upmarket, folks, to get this car sold.
So we'll move on to a 1970 Coronet RT convertible.
Yeah, we had a preview of this a little while ago. That all-purpose, ever-present, never going to go away, 440 cubic inch wedge with 375 horsepower. Boy, that was the bread and butter engine for Mopar for so long. One of only 296 Coronet RT convertibles that were built in 1970, and Jeff gave us a great preview and little history lesson on this automobile, currently at $40,000 on the board. Of course, also available with a 426 Hemi, 1970. As in 1970, the horsepower wars were on full boil everywhere. Just about some of the most powerful muscle cars that we would ever see were cruising the boulevards and side streets of America every night.
And I tell you what, not long after that, things started to really spiral out of control. And who would have thought, as we went into the early and mid-70s, that, you know, a couple of decades, a few decades later, we'd kind of crank it all up again, huh?
Yeah, thank goodness for the technology that came along that allowed us to have horsepower and economy, you might say, and clean air and all of the things that suddenly were important.
All right, we're going to take a second and check in with Chris Jacobs and Rutledge Wood, who are going to double team us with a preview of a car coming up.
Yeah, coming up on Saturday, as a matter of fact, a couple of them. They're both tankers. So this is a 1963 Z06, and what that option is, it's the stiffer suspension and the power brakes, one of only 199 produced in 1963. It also has the N03 option, and what is that? That's the big tank. They replaced the original 20-gallon capacity tank with a fiberglass 36.5-gallon tank, so you wouldn't have to stop to fuel up so much while you were racing. only one of 63 produced in 1963. Beautifully restored, Sebring silver over a dark blue. Man, is this a gorgeous car, and well deserved of this display in the Youth Pavilion. And standing by is my good buddy Rutledge Wood with another tanker.
Chris, feast your eyes on this Nassau Blue 1965 Corvette, also a tanker. This one is one of only 41 produced, the 327, 300 horsepower, 4-speed. It's got the Positrack, it's got the telescoping wheel, power brakes. This thing is gorgeous. I mean, again, we just can't say enough about the quality and the variety of cars that we have here at Mecum, especially for Dana Mecum's original 39th Spring Classic.
Yeah, both part of the tanker collection going on Saturday. Scott?
All right, guys, thank you both very much. And that is in the building just across the way from us, Bill. And you could spend a couple of hours in there and still be just in awe of some of the vehicles you see. Barracuda time, 1970 Barracuda, 6-figure bidding. Yes.
Yeah, not a CUDA, which tells you that this did not come with a 426 Hemi. It would have been a Hemi CUDA. But Hemi CUDA nomenclature isn't exactly inaccurate because it has had a 426 Hemi added. And the
Congratulations, my friend.
4-speed transmission. And yeah, just like that, we're kind of late to the party here, but it just sold for $120,000.
Yes, and you saw the reaction of the guy back in the back of the room that just bought it. He is over the moon. What a great color combination. The hockey stick stripes in the interior, the top down. Thank you very much, Mr. Consigner, for that.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Bill, guess what? Next on the block, it's a Hemi CUDA.
Yeah, with an opening bid of $100,000, so we know it's a real one. Yeah.
Yep.
Checking the VIN. Oh, yeah, 426, 425 horse Hemi. One of the most unique and unusual Hemi CUDAs known to exist. The Hemi CUDA community pretty familiar with this one. It's called the Guatemalan Hemi CUDA. The car's early history is still a mystery, but it's rumored in the Mopar community that Chrysler kept this car for more than a year to help develop the new E-body for racing. And on and on and on. There's more to that story. Really can't get into all of it right now. Suffice to say, we're at $150,000. So obviously there are people that are familiar with the background on it.
I will tell you, Bill, when you watch this thing come down the red carpet, it looks so sleek. You look through those windows and it is all dark in there, mysterious. Just as you mentioned, the history of this car, a little bit of a mystery. Did spend some time in Guatemala before it came back over to the United States. That is an original paint right there, and it is that gunmetal gray that looks just so fresh.
You know, I was wondering about that paint. You're right, Shannon. That does look very original, and it's not going to be enough at $150,000 for that real deal Hemi CUDA. So we'll shift to a 1955 Bel Air, first year of the what is now legendary Tri-5 Chevy era.
It took 3 years to restore this car using NOS parts. You're now familiar with that term. Engine 383 Stroker, crate V8 from Blueprint Engines, aluminum heads, Holley carb, headers, Flowmaster mufflers, all the best stuff, aluminum 4-core radiator. Put a new gas tank in there. Yeah, but look at the construction on this. Look at the craftsmanship. Something to behold.
Sold $57,000. I thought he was done. Sold $57,000.
Well, 57 is the right number here.
Yep. Boy, that was quick and effective. Love it.
Oh, here comes a no reserve car that not many people in this building are going to be able to resist. Oh, my goodness. 1965 GTO, all black.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw a 65 GOAT with a 454 in it? Well, you're looking at one right now. Started out as a 421, but they punched it out to 454 cubic inches, so it's a Pontiac engine. Got stroker crank and rods, forged aluminum pistons, comp cams, a lot of engine work. Black, beautiful black clear coat paint, black interior, and the core support in the front autographed by Arnie the Farmer Beswick.
Oh.
Yeah, great drag racer. always associated with the high-performance Pontiacs back in the 60s and 70s. It's been to a bunch of shows and has won Best of Show awards at several. Even the frame was powder-coated black to match the paint. Induction system from my old friend Barry Grant, another guy with a long drag racing history. 4-speed transmission and a 10-bolt rear end.
There we go. You're going to get it.
Look at the paint, Scott.
Yep, it is spectacular. And
Congratulations.
in addition to all the awards it's won, I know of one guy that would definitely approve of this GTO, and that would be our good buddy John Craven.
Yep.
He would love it.
He would.
Here's a Buick Roadmaster from 1953, gracing us with its presence.
Yeah, this is sort of like the kissing cousin, almost the extended family kind of little brother to the Skylark that we saw just a little while ago. That was the 54 Skylark. This is a 53 Roadmaster. Now, this was not a Motorama car, of course, but those Roadmasters, oh, they were big and plush and powerful. Got the nailhead 322 cubic inch V8 with an automatic transmission. And I believe, yep, it's got the 4 Ventaports on the front fenders. That was a Roadmaster trademark. Now, you get other Buick models with 3 of those, but the Roadmasters, yep, they earned 4 of them.
So 25,000 will be our final number on the Roadmaster. There was a band here in Indy back in the day called Roadmaster.
Oh, right, they were from Guatemala. No?
Here, Indy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Close.
Okay.
Legendary color combination for the Corvette. This one from 1964 here, Bill.
Yep, 1964, a car that kind of gets a little bit of the backseat treatment compared to the 63 split window coupe, but everything you could get in the split window coupe in 63, you could get in 1964. This has the 300 horsepower, 327, that would be one up from the base engine. Original paint, ermine white, matching numbers powertrain, by the way. Original, factory. Differential, original factory 4-barrel carburetor, original factory exhaust system, original factory air cleaner, radiator, overflow. Hey, I can keep going here. That interior, all original.
Wow.
Factory original power brake booster and master cylinder. They always get replaced at some point on these cars, but those are original.
Wow, very cool. $60,000, the high bid on that Corvette. Back with more from Indy in the Spring Classic coming up. Oh, it's all happening at Mecum Indy. Dana Mecum's 39th original Spring Classic. We're thrilled you're with us live on ESPN Plus today from the Indiana State Fairgrounds in the capital city, my hometown. Oh, I love home games, Bill. Don't you?
I don't blame you, man.
And here we go with another 1964 Corvette. And everybody, please remove your hats and stand to attention because this is Daytona Blue.
One of our faves, I know. But you know what? The other thing about this car that is so impressive is the level of the restoration. Meticulous is an understatement on the car. Now, powertrain, nothing that remarkable, but a little unusual. It is the 300 horsepower 327 with a power glide. 2-speed automatic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times we see the mid-year Corvettes, even the small block and big block. Oh, well, the big block hadn't happened yet, but the small block cars, when we see the automatic, and then later in the C2 generation, when we see the big block cars with automatics, they have air conditioning. This one does not. No air, but it's got the Daytona Blue and that restoration, and that's enough for me.
$77,000.
63 and 4 was
off the box. 76 is current bid.
2 years for Daytona Blue and the Corvette. And in my book, it should have been available every year.
Yeah, that and a few other colors too that I can think of.
Right.
Steel City's gray, I think, is just spectacular.
76 is bid.
I'd add Goodwood Green to that list too. Yeah. Reserve comes off at $76,000. And you're right. not exactly an attention getter in the mechanical department.
No,
the whole package works for $76,000.
Yeah, not a loaded car, not a lot of options.
All right, so we'll move to this 1970 GT350 fastback that's on our block now.
Yeah, another car that Chris showed us a little earlier. The one of one. The only GT350 produced in the special grabber orange. Very popular color, but it's that red knit vinyl interior that makes it so unique.
Man, look at that.
Yeah. 4-speed with the 351. That's the 290 horsepower 351. And yeah, this was basically the final year of the first run of Shelby Mustangs. Not the last by any means, but certainly in that first run from 65 to 1970. Original sheet metal, fiberglass hood they're referring to.
$100,000 bid, Bill.
Yep, deservedly so. 4-speed, as we mentioned. Power steering, power front discs, and traction lock rear end. Sport slats in the rear window.
What do you think of that red interior now that you see it in person? I think it works. It's unusual for sure, but man, it kind of works.
You know what? If they made 200 of them, I don't know if it would hit me as hard. But the fact that it's the only one, I think, kind of saves it for me.
Yep, very true. Good point. Yes, I agree. Makes sense.
It's an acquired taste.
I believe is what he said. Is that right? Thank you. Now 120.
Magstar wheels, 5-spoke wheels. Always look good on these 69 and 70 Shelby Mustangs.
117.5. Iron David to get 117.5. Honor David to get 20. 117.5. 120. 117.5 to bid. 120,000. Honor David to get 17.5. Honor David to get 20. David to get 20. Honor David to get 17.5. And David to get 120,000. 117.5. Go ahead, Go ahead and scan the crowd.
Negotiating happening there.
117.5.
Just off the block. Dana
Mecum
involved.
Yep. This is where Dana would go to the bidder and say, bid 120 and knock him out.
Right. Exactly.
117.5. 120. Okay. Ryan, I'm going to close the bid with you at 117.5. Mecum rolls to the back. 135,000, sir.
Whoa, hey.
You raised your bid at 135,000. Boy, he's thinking about it. 135,000.
Okay, that's the Mecum rule. We have not had that in play so far the last couple of days. Basically, if a guy raises his own bid to 135, he would walk away with that car, no question. But he has opted not to take advantage of the Mecum rule. And so we'll let it go to the bid goes on desk at 117.5. Boy, here's a potentially big Corvette build. You know these 66s well. This is an award winner.
Yeah, 427, 425 horse, the L72. That was the biggest you could do in 1966. And boy, these were fast cars. I had a 66 with this engine with 411 gears and a 4-speed. And that was loaded with shut-up. This car, 2015 NCRS Top Flight Award winner. Comprehensive restoration. 4-speed car, the close ratio M21. Positive traction rear. And, of course, the most sport green. Has never been a Corvette in that color that did not look fabulous. The J50 power brakes are in it, the F41 suspension, and of course the knockoff wheels and side exhausts.
Boy, that reserve came off in a heartbeat too.
Oh, yeah. I knew this car would get a lot of bidding. It just has it all.
132.5 is the current bid with Taylor. 135 internet if you want back.
Telescopic steering column. It's got the simulated walnut steering wheel. AM/FM radio, that was an option. Power antenna, that was an option.
So $132,500 Taylor.
132.5.
Yes, well sold.
That is very cool.
Is it Corvette o'clock now?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're safe at that. 3 in a row. I think 3 in a row qualifies. Here is a 68 convertible.
Oh, Scott, another top-tier Corvette. This one from the C3 generation, a 68. This has got the hydraulic lifter, L36, 390 horse, 427, with an automatic transmission. This one, NCRS Top Flight. Options, power steering, power windows, rear speed warning indicator with the telescopic steering column from the factory. It's a matching numbers powertrain, by the way. Convertible top that's tucked underneath, it's brand new, it's white. Al Nock, the interior wizard for Corvettes, did the interior on this, the black interior.
57, yes, no. I get 55, 57. Now 60 nets out. Iron David to get here 60.
And again, an automatic transmission Corvette, this one a big block, without the air conditioning, which kind of outside the box a little bit, because a lot of times, as I mentioned before, you see the automatic, and a lot of times the air conditioning comes along for the ride.
You gotta be 60.
Round out there, give 60. Take it down 2. 60's the bid. $62,000. I get 60. Iron David to get here 2. Huh? 62. Iron David to get here 2. Iron David to get here $62,000 to get 2. Down 62.
Tell me about the speed
65,
warning indicator
62,
on this 68.
That was a GM feature. It set the speed that you want to go, and if you exceed that speed, have a little warning.
An annoying buzz,
An annoying
right?
buzz, and you slow down.
But you could adjust that to whatever threshold you wanted it
Absolutely.
to. Right?
I set mine at 120.
All the way to the right. Just crank it all the way to the right.
Made sure I was remaining safe.
$63,000. Just bought that 68 convertible. Next up, it's another convertible. This one from 1965, Bill.
Oh, Scott. Ooh, is Gunther, remember Gunther Tootie? Car 54, where are you?
Oh,
Joey Ross?
I remember the show. I couldn't tell you anybody's name on it.
That was a famous line. Ooh. This is a 396 4¼ horse Corvette from 1965 in a rally red with a black interior, matching numbers powertrain. And later on, when we get to the exemplars, which are 3 1965 396 Corvettes, you'll see how this car came to be. Because those exemplars, they set the way for all the 396 Corvettes that would follow. Teakwood steering wheel, love those. Optional AM/FM radio, tinted windows and power antenna, factory side exhaust, of course. And those are the original wheel covers.
$70,000 for this convertible.
Gonna close bid at $70,000.
That is where we're going to leave it as we finish up Corvette o'clock here for the time being.
A little closer to 100,000, I think, is what we want to see on that.
Sounds reasonable.
Yep.
So we'll check out a 1938 Chevy Business Coupe next.
Full hot rod treatment. I mean, full. 512 cubic inch stroked Generation 5 big block Chevy V8 with an automatic transmission and a comprehensive frame-off custom build done by the crew at Full Circle Restorations in Lockford, California. Very well-known shop out there for turning out quality hot rods. A lot of work on this car, you can just imagine. It's got AC in it. It's got a lot of creature comforts, power everywhere. You see the color, orange metallic. The I Did It chrome tilt steering column. Willwood disc brakes. 2-inch widened rear fenders with tubbed rear wheel wells. Art Morrison independent rear suspension with strange center section. 390 gears. Wow. Everything is top of the line, premium. There are no bargain basement parts in that build.
And you said it, man, 110,000 buys that. You just went through the Rolodex of some of the all-time great aftermarket equipment manufacturers, Art Morrison, Willwood, I Did It, Winters, Holly, Edelbrock, American Ray, on and on, man. What a list that was.
Yeah, that's why cars like this win all the awards when they go to the shows.
Here's your 1961 Pontiac Ventura Bubble Top.
Oh, love this. 421, there it is, dual quad, 405 horsepower. That would have been the engine you'd find in the Super Duty cars back in 1961. This is not a real factory Super Duty, but it's got all the right stuff. Correct intake manifold, dual 4-barrel carburetors, Arnie the Farmer Beswick autographed a valve cover, 4-speed transmission. Oh no, bring this car back. Don't go to bid goes on. I want to look at it some more. No, come back.
Just stick your hand in the air and, you know, do the Mecum rule. And
right.
Not only will it come back, but you'll go with
wind
you
up winning.
back to Boston. All right. It did go to the bid goes on and will. As we send it over to Shannon Spake with Steve Matchett at the M Group collection in the building next door.
That is right. We spent so much time here yesterday, Steve, previewing the cars in the M Group that will go across the block on Saturday. There's so many beautiful ones. This one caught our eye so many times. I'm glad we get to preview it today because it is the Ferrari Daytona, the front engine Ferrari that you explained to me yesterday. Why did it get the name Daytona?
It got the name Daytona because of Ferrari's success in the Daytona race just prior to this car being launched. So it is a little bit confusing. Some folks think the Daytona, this car had the great success on track, but it wasn't. It was the sports prototype cars that Ferrari using that had the success. And in honor of that, the Tifosi, the Italian fan, said, we're going to call this car the Daytona. Now, if you ever talk, and I have done this, if you ever talk to the Maranello factory about this car, they will just give you a blank look and say, it's called the 365. Do not call it the Daytona. But the world knows it is the Daytona, and it is an absolute classic icon of a car from Maranello.
And maybe a movie star as well, because it is rumored in 1975 it was sold to Warner Brothers. And right here on the description, it says that it was in the Gumball Rally, as well as A Star Was Born, this chassis number right here. So no reserve on this beautiful car. We will see across the block on Saturday, part of the M Group collection that are right here in this room. So many beautiful cars here at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic.
Well, we've discussed this a little bit here in the last segment. The big block 396 Corvettes from 1965. The Exemplar collection. Rick Barrick from out east has brought these three cars, and they are stunning. Every single one of them. They're unrestored, highly documented, very well preserved, and they will be crossing the block tomorrow here in Indianapolis. There's a red one that you see right there. There's a silver and a blue car. And Bill, it's just astounding that these cars are crossing the block back to back to back.
Each one has its own different story. How it has become important in the history of all of the big block Corvettes that followed these. We'll have a chance to get into that story a little bit more when these cars come to the block.
Exactly. And they just defy words, really.
Yeah.
Here is a 1962 Corvette convertible that has just crossed in front of us and reached a high bid of $57,000, but not sufficient to buy it here and now.
A Route 66 car, not the right color, but you know, we remember seeing these C1 Corvettes, Todd and Buzz traversing the country, this with a 300 horse 327 and a 4-speed.
All right, so Di Tommaso Pantera, there are at least a couple of them in the lineup this week. Here's one from 1973.
Yeah, 351 Cleveland. These could be tuned up to around 400 horsepower, actually. We've seen some of them come through with Weber carburetors and
screaming
custom exhaust and the whole 9 yards. This one pretty much original, though. Gated 5-speed transmission, of course. 1,258 of these were built in 1973, and 334 finished in this yellow paint. Factory air, power 4-wheel disc brakes, and power windows. They've upgraded the stereo with a Sanyo unit, and in excellent condition, restoration. Absolutely flawless.
Reaches a high bid of 75, and that will be it for now. 1955 Crown Vic right behind it.
Yeah, we had one of these, I believe, yesterday, Scott, with the same Tropical Rose snowshoe white paint.
I think you're right.
And these cars right here, boy, these were a styling tour de force for Ford. And back in 1955, Ford was trying to get out of their sort of a dowdy, kind of lackluster, visual image. And these were the cars that certainly had a lot to do with changing that. This one with a 272 Y-block, automatic transmission. This one also with a Continental kit, spare tire carrier in the back. Fender skirts, front and rear bumper guards. But in 1955, 56, 57, Ford was in a pitched battle with Chevrolet for sales supremacy, and back and forth they went. People used to play with the numbers. If a 56 Ford sold in 1957, they would say that it was still a 1956 sales. And they would just fumble the numbers around just to get, the number one spot. 57, they say that Ford outsold Chevy. And then there are people that say, well, that's because there were 56 Ford sold in 57. And, well, you get the idea.
9.
Never let accuracy stand in the way of a good story, right?
Well said.
Yeah! 42. Internet. Last call, T-Morning. 40 bid. 42. Higher name 2000.
Yeah, look at that character stripe down the side, that bold molding that goes the whole length of the car down the side. That was the battle that, that styling over on the Chevrolet, where they blitzed them up in 57 a couple of years later.
Did you see that? The guy that bought that car is wearing a shirt that matches that rose. There he is.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
How about that?
Hell, it matches your outfit.
Yeah, his shirt and his hair.
Right,
that's
that's
replicate the car.
Exactly. That doesn't happen very. They say that sometimes the owner looks like the dog, right?
Yep, right. Oh, that's hilarious.
But good for him. That's a lot of fun. 67 Chevelle Super Sport right behind it now, and already pushing 80 grand.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
You know what motor this one has?
Oh.
Think of the wildest, craziest, most super terrific General Motors motor that they could have put in that Chevelle.
572 crate motor.
No.
Okay.
How about a ZL1?
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, I'm not
Seriously?
kidding. Aluminum 427.
Holy smokes.
Crate motor at ZL1 specifications. That's a real super sport, by the way, a 138 car. But no, ZL1, automatic transmission, upgraded suspension too to take all that power. Muncie 4-speed. I said automatic, wrong. It's a 4-speed, a Muncie with a Hurst Competition Plus shifter. Wow. Yeah, wood rim steering wheel. Factory power steering, Willwood brakes. They upgraded the disc brake package on this car. But yeah, oh, that's a fool. Look at what it's bidding at.
Man, no kidding.
Yeah, I'm willing to go on record by saying I have not seen a 67 Chevelle SS with a ZL1 engine transplant ever.
I think a lot of people are in the same company with you.
We've seen 427s put in them, sure, but not one of those. They even put a vintage Corvette tri-power system. It's got 3 2-barrel carburetors in the ZL1.
Wowzers.
That is a conversation piece.
Man, is it ever. And, all things considered, 92 grand, that seems like a bargain, almost.
I'm sure those crate aluminum ZL1s are not chump change.
Wowzers. Okay. Well, now that I've caught my breath again, here's a 65 Corvette selling at no reserve.
Yeah, another one of those engines we really like, the 350 horse 327, the L79. This one with an automatic transmission, that's kind of a rare combination too. Usually when people go for that L79, they're going to want that 4-speed. This with an automatic. This one, Milano Maroon, that 2-year only color. We cleared up a little earlier. Power steering and brakes, leather interior, like that, and the teakwood steering wheel. Interesting combination of options there. Gold stripe tires, knockoff wheels. Got a new odometer in it, and 600 miles on the car since the work was completed.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, nice money on that, 70 grand.
Yeah, going to the internet.
Yep.
At 70. F-150 Ranger from 1978. Waiting in the wake of that Corvette.
Yeah, I know, huh? That's quite an act to follow, huh?
Right.
ZL1 Chevelle and then an L79 Corvette. Now the 1978 F-150 unrestored. 351 V8 automatic transmission. How's that interior look? Yep, clean and mean. Red on the inside, the red and white on the outside. Original white paint, body panels, trim, interior, glass, and cruise control. It's a dual tank truck, 2 gas tanks. Floor's original, underbody is original. The consignor says it's pretty rare. One of 91 with these paint codes.
And how about this Ranger bringing more than the Corvette right before it?
Yes. Odometer reads 12,700 miles. F-150 for years and years and years, the #1 selling vehicle in the United States.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you
I bet this truck has some stories to tell. We're told that a hay farmer in Greeley, Colorado was the original owner.
Okay.
Up there in Colorado, growing the hay and cutting the hay and feeding the cows. That's straight out of Andy and Mayberry, huh?
Well,
your favorite show.
Yes.
So, just trying to make you
Americana.
Make you feel like this is all relevant.
Sold 80,000, sold 80,000 on our Shea Starkey.
Now offering T185.1 and 19.
And it brought $80,000. How about that?
Yeah.
It's a lot of hay. All right, let's see what kind of custom treatment they have applied to the next car. And we're talking about a 1970 Pontiac GTO.
Oh, they've done a lot. No, this is not a Judge, it's a GTO. The guy's a classic inversion and speed. Did a custom frame off build on this car. 6.2 liter, 480 horsepower V8, LS3. It's got a 4-speed automatic transmission, Holley fuel injection, custom 3-inch exhaust, 12-bolt positive traction with 373 gears. Yeah, and other upgrades, Willwood disc brake system. They got a quick ratio power steering unit, Hodgkiss suspension, and an aluminum radiator. Reserve is off at $115,000.
120 bid, 120 bid, give 120, 120,000 in the give 120 bid, 120 bid, 120, 125.
Boy, I wouldn't change a thing on that build. It's pretty sweet. Hits all the right spots for me. 17-inch custom Rally 2 wheels to replicate what would have come on a Pontiac back in 1970 if you went for the Rally 2s.
Drop it. There it is.
120.
Congratulations.
Boy, I love how they've lowered it just enough, but not too much. You know
great
what I mean?
ride height. Yep, it's all part of the build.
We are back at the Fairgrounds Coliseum, Indianapolis, Indiana. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, Steve Matchett, Shannon Spake, and this, an amazing car with a great story. 1970 Plymouth Satellite. No, it's not a Superbird. No, it's not a real police car, but it's a tribute.
Yes, and Rutledge Wood is just the person I think that can give us an apt description of this.
Guys, I think this was built as a tribute to the New Mexico Highway Patrol that apparently once impounded a Superbird, but this was done in a livery that is actually the California Highway Patrol. And the only way I could explain this is it's crazy and it's cooler looking in person than you would imagine to have a Superbird nose cone on the car like that and the wing. But I don't know. I'd drive it, guys.
Rut, check this out. If we pan left, oh, there it is right there. The bird has a police cap and a little motorcycle helmet there. How about that?
It's pretty impressive. It has catches, pursuit catches on the back window also. That thing's awesome.
Fellas, I got to be honest. If I'm going down the highway and that comes up behind me with the lights on, I'm not pulling over.
During the restoration, it was determined this car's chassis was originally
Oh, and look at this. It's like notches in his in the gun belt.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. That's who he's pulled over. That's hilarious.
That's a first.
It is.
Mecum first right there.
That sold for what, 29,000 or
I think
something
so.
like that?
Guys, to be honest, I think the only way that car could get up to 200 miles an hour, probably a tornado would be my guess.
Strap a cruise missile on the roof, maybe.
Wow. Okay, let us really focus in on a truly spectacular car here. This is a 1935 Auburn 851 SC boat tail speedster.
When was the last time we had two boat tail speedsters at the same auction?
Can't
real
remember.
ones.
Real ones, right?
Real ones.
Cannot remember.
And this is a real one. You know, during the restoration on this car, it was determined that the chassis had originally been painted red. Well, we come to find out that Auburn always painted the chassis of its show cars in red, so this was an Auburn show car in its earlier life. It's got that 280 cubic inch inline 8-cylinder engine, an engine that was so powerful for its day, 150 horsepower. And it is believed that these cars, the Auburns, with this Lycoming 280 cubic inch engine, the first production cars to exceed 100 miles an hour. 3-speed synchromesh transmission. It's a fella by the name of Ab Jenkins, who was the test driver for Duesenberg and, of course, Auburn. And he would put a plaque on the dashboard of the cars that he test drove that would attest to the fact, or document the fact, that he had gone over 100 miles an hour in them. So these were real performance cars in their day.
Man. And I'll give a little bit of a shout out to the Auburn Cord Duesenberg Museum, which is just a couple hours up the road from us.
Been there. Oh,
Northern
wow.
Indiana. And we've said it before. If you get the opportunity, go there. It is worth the drive. It's worth the trip.
Oh, you'll gain such an appreciation for those cars.
And you can't make this up, Bill. We go from a boat tail speedster to a 67 Amphicar.
Oh, you got to have a sense of humor sometimes.
Sometimes you do,
know?
right.
Well, you know, the market on the Amphicar, these basically were going for a dime a dozen years ago, and then just, I don't know when it was, but we woke up one day and people were spending this kind of money to own these. And of course, this one is in excellent restored condition. Regatta red, 1147cc inline 4. And of course, it's a car and a boat. 4-speed manual transmission. When you're following this car on the street, you can look underneath the bustle there and see the two propellers. And I'm always reminded of Tom McCahill, who used to do the car test for Mechanics Illustrated magazine, and he drove one of these and took it in the water. And his final analysis was, it's not a very good car and not a very good boat. But boy, they are desirable today.
Wow.
What's the story? Was it President Johnson that took someone out in people in one of these?
Yeah, on his Texas estate, he pretended to lose the brakes on the way down the hill.
And went into the water and freaked everyone out.
Yep. Not a very good car, not a very good boat, but it's a really good both.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And
I mean, they've been going
they
up and up and
certainly have a following still.
Yes, they do.
All right, $61,000. I don't know that we've ever said this before, Bill, but it's boat o'clock. We had the boat tail speedster. We had the Amphicar just there, and there is a wooden boat auction that is happening right now. It's a completely online auction, and we call it Mecum on Time, the American Wooden Boat Restoration Collection. Completely at no reserve. There is one of the examples of the amazing wooden boats from Chris Craft and Century, and a couple from Fitzgerald and Lee. Marine engines, hundreds of parts and accessories, even little tiny boat motors as well. The bidding continues through June 11th, 12th, and 13th, and you can find out more at mecum.com. Let's go to Chris Jacobs now for our Stay Built Performance tip today.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, we are well into May, and we are well into the car season. So perfect time to put some Stay-Built in-season protectant into your engine. It cleans and protects your fuel system and just makes your car perform better. And as car guys, we all love that. And if I had one of these bad boys, I would definitely be putting some in-season protection in it. I am a sucker for a G-body, especially an 87, and this is a special one. Monte Carlo SS, but this is the Aero Coupe. This car was used to homologate the rear window for use in NASCAR. They only made 6,052 of these. This is powered by a 5-liter V8 and an automatic transmission. Black factory paint over that burgundy interior, but get a load of the back window. This is what it is all about. This creased back window, streamlined into the extended deck lid, and it was all about aerodynamics. And right over here, why is there a cardboard cutout of Dale Earnhardt? Well, he drove the Aero Coupe to 2 consecutive NASCAR Winston Cup championships in 1986 and 1987. So solidified the legend of the Aero Coupe, and it will be going across the block a little bit later today. Guys, back to you.
Very good, CJ. Thank you, brother. StayBuiltMecum.com. That's our Stable Performance tip, and of course, glad to have them on board with us, a long-term sponsor. Look at this. Get a load of the Grabber Lime on a Boss 351 from 1971.
For a lot of people, including myself, this really was the last rifle shot for Ford in the muscle car era for years to come. 330 horse, Boss 351 with a 4-speed, wide ratio transmission and a 9-inch traction lock rear end. The muscle car era was coming to a slow end, and Ford, as I say, was kind of extended just a little bit in 1971 with these cars.
Well, the high bid here at $65,000 for that Boss 351, 1 year only, as we all know. Here is a 1956 Chevy 3100 truck, and look at that.
Yeah, it's a show winner right here. Stroker engine, 383. It's fuel injected. 4L60E automatic transmission with a Ford 9-inch rear end, and they did the subframe up front from a Mustang 2. 4-link rear suspension, Willwood power disc brakes. Leather interior, beautiful red color. That's PSC silver from PPG. And it's got a lot more going for it. Aluminum gas tank, aluminum radiator, all underneath this truck is painted and detailed. Dakota digital dash, MagnaFlow rather, mufflers, chrome wheels.
That's Bill Stevens gray or silver, yeah.
Metallic.
Man.
75. Does that work for you?
Excellent.
It's got to be 2,500 bids. 127.5.
20-inch US mags, chrome finish.
127.5. Now 130. 127.
Alex McLaughlin.
130. 127.
And working with Travis Delzell up there in the grandstands. The reserves off 127.5.
130, 130. Anybody else? 127.5 here. 130,000. Anybody else? 127.5 bid. Anybody give 130,000? So 127,000.
They got it.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
There you go. 127.5. That's a good spot to take a break, I think. Terrific truck.
The trucks and the muscle cars that we've seen in the last hour.
Hey, told you we were going to turn the heat up in Indy today.
A page from every muscle car book ever written.
Hope you folks at home are having as good a time as we are here today at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Our second day of coverage. We're here until 5 o'clock Eastern, and we will do it again tomorrow and Saturday. It is going to be massive, let me just tell you. As we kick off a new segment here, a 1966 Chevy C10 will help us do just that.
Oh my, another top-tier custom pickup truck. Yep, it's got the LS, the Gen 5 5.3 with a 4L60 automatic transmission. Frame-off restoration, as you can easily tell. Other extras, power steering, power disc brakes, custom gauges, vintage air, of course, and a new custom red houndstooth interior. All beautifully stitched in there. Santa Cruz wheels are staggered. Got bigger ones in the back than you got in the front. 55,
Now
yeah.
T197.1, a 1961 Chevrolet Corvette.
Not enough, and I don't blame the consignor. He's going to want more than that, and he should get more than that.
Please note, there is Rebound branding on the title. No reserve.
And that will, the effort to get that will commence. That bid goes on. So we'll see a 1961 Corvette, kind of a custom Corvette here, Bill, and selling at no reserve. Let's take a look.
Oh, what have they done to this 61 Corvette? Or what haven't they done? It's got a Paul Newman chassis, not that Paul Newman. Paul Newman, the chassis builder.
Yes.
Frame off, of course, 400 horsepower LT1. Now, if you're paying attention, the LT1 did not originally have 400 horsepower, but this one does. 6-speed manual, beautiful blue metallic paint, by the way, with white coves. New red leather interior. Get a good look at it right now. You see the 6-speed manual shifter. New stereo system with Sirius XM, Bluetooth, iPod connectivity, pause attraction, C5 suspension underneath.
Okay.
MagnaFlow exhaust, power disc brakes, and you might recognize those are C5 wheels at each corner as well. Excellent build.
It's cool to see the variety of Corvettes alone that we have here. You can see the different kind of areas. Do you want one that's totally original? Do you want one that's totally original and completely specced out? Because sometimes people will get a car and they'll kind of miss out on all of the fun things you could do on one like this, right? Because they, I want to keep it original. But unless, you know, sometimes cars' originality doesn't necessarily make it worth more than one that's been customized like this. It all depends on kind of how it came, right?
Yeah. That is the age-old question, you know, originality versus high-end restoration and modification. But, you know, the beautiful thing about the automobile community is there's room for everybody.
And sometimes you might want a Corvette with 1,250 horsepower.
Absolutely.
And you could get that here.
Right here.
250?
No, 1,250 horsepower.
That's better.
That's the ZR1X.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
250? No, that's
no. He didn't just say
that's
that.
That's old
did he?
news. No, the 1,000 is the key part.
All right.
Okay. Yes, indeed. That brought the money, $120,000. Here's a Blazer for us from 1990.
Yep. We haven't had many of these today, I don't think. The Blazers. And
yeah,
that
just
is,
one or two.
Yeah.
We had that one that was kind of slammed to the ground. You remember that?
Yeah, the lowered one. But boy, this market is white hot here. These Blazers, whether they're original or modified, this one has had everything possibly done to it to make it a beautiful restoration. Not a super custom or a resto mod or anything outside the box. And $50,000 won't buy it right now.
Okay, making its way to the block next from the Blue Oval family, a 1966 Ford F-350.
And this thing is just shrieking originality.
Yes. Let's take a peek under the hood here, Bill.
You ready?
Talk to me.
Coyote in it.
Oh.
Yes. This is a 3-point Generation 3 5-liter Coyote crate engine with an automatic transmission, original paint, and the patina has been left on it. A custom plaid interior. So they restitched the inside, but they left the outside as the years have kind of ravaged it, as you can see.
That's not, well, I don't know, which is kookier, the Coyote in this pickup truck or the ZL1 in that Chevelle?
I got to think about that. Yeah.
Rut, what do you think?
Guys, it's interesting. You know, a 350 like this, we didn't see a lot of these four-door crew cab trucks like this back in the day. They were far less popular. A lot more of them were for either military, Forest Service, and stuff like this. This one kind of had almost like a camper special sort of vibe to it, but really still with all that work that's gone into it, now it's pretty competitive for a truck that you could drive every day as a classic.
And $85,000 is not enough to buy at Rutledge.
Crazy. With that patina, it felt just right to me in my heart.
Okay.
You got your bidder's badge in your pocket, don't you?
That's true. That is true.
Okay.
It could have come on with me.
Here's a 67 C10 Custom.
Oh, boy. This is the complete antithesis to the custom, rather the original pickup truck that we just saw. C10, frame-off build, LS7, crate motor, 4L80E, automatic transmission with Ride-Tech suspension. Again, all the best pieces went into this build.
Bill, those 24-inch Forgiatos were calling my name in the staging lanes.
Yeah.
When I saw this morning, I mean, look at that. When you look at that truck, that stance looks like TMI seats, I think you mentioned. That's what it looks like interior.
Yeah.
When you see the deep dish on those rear wheels and how you have to build all of this to really look right and make sense, that is a gorgeous showstopper right there.
I like to call that a life-size Hot Wheels.
Amen.
That's what makes me think of the little Hot Wheels cars.
Well, we're going to take a break here, and we will continue as that truck hits $80,000 for the top bid.
Welcome back to Mecum, Indianapolis, and we are looking here at a truly stunning piece of automotive engineering. This is the 2026 Aston Martin Valhalla. Much of the design work of this car has been produced by the legendary Adrian Newey, arguably the greatest aerodynamicist in the history of Formula One motorsport. I have seen his Formula One work. I have competed against his Formula One cars when I was working with Benetton, but never before have I seen just artistic work that he's put into this car. When you try and figure out the aerodynamic flow along the flanks of the Valhalla, you have to absolutely look at it as an holistic flow of air from the front spoiler to the rear wing, and flow that air very carefully across every surface on the car. He has done such masterful work with the underside of this car to create negative pressure. There's like 1,300 pounds of downforce on the car. We have exhaust outlets on the top of the car to feed flow to the active rear wing, but also we have exhaust outlets on the underside of the car where this huge diffuser sits around here to speed the airflow up from the airflow underneath the car, which helps generate all that negative pressure. So positive pressure pushes that car down. It is, guys, I've got to say, absolutely breathtaking. What do you think?
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing.
It's insanity on wheels, and I can't wait to drive one.
And it sounds,
maybe,
when you have someone that knows cars and aerodynamics the way that Steve does, when you hear him talk about it, for him to be that excited about it, it makes so much more sense why I looked at it and went, well, if I was wind, I would be scared of this car. If I was air, I would be incredibly scared of this car. It's just what a work of art.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? The saying form follows function, and everything on that car is, as you point out, Steve, there for a reason.
Yeah.
Yep, no cup holders.
Probably not. Although maybe the aftermarket is going to come up with some. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. On the block now, 1977 Trans Am Bandit Edition, $115,000. Reserves off.
Why so much? Well, we'll talk about the condition. Well, we don't even have to talk about it. It is outstanding. But it is the Y82 Special Edition with a 200-horse 400 and the original 4-speed manual transmission. Wow.
Yeah. That's big bucks all day long. Well, we've had our share of very, very nice Corvettes. Today we're going to have more. Here is one from 1968, first year of that third generation or C3 Corvette.
We haven't had one of these yet, and that is the L71 435 horse 427. It's got the winner's aluminum intake with those 3 2-barrel carburetors, as it should have. But this one with an automatic transmission. That is kind of an oddball combination with that L71, but there it is. And everything, according to Hoyle here, all original in terms of condition and restoration. Power steering, rosewood steering wheel, and has aftermarket, GM aftermarket aluminum cylinder heads.
53.
Like a homemade L89.
53.
There you go. Well, it says bid goes on, but they've quickly reopened it here.
Hey,
so we'll stay with it.
Reserve is off.
And good thing, too, because Jimmy Landis just announced to the crowd the reserve is off.
Wow, that could be the buy of the day. 53,000.
53.
Right color, Le Mans blue, bright blue interior, red line tires. Got the rally wheels. Those F70s, those period correct polyglass tires, all of it.
So $53,000.
Okay, 53,000.
I don't think anybody's going to sell that Corvette if it had the 4-speed for that money. But there it is.
Beauty. Well, a few weeks ago in Houston, Bill, we were all marveling at the first 2026 ZR1 Corvette that we had. Guess what? Here's another one. This one, 880 miles. The one that we sold in Houston for, I don't know, 300,000 or so, only had 8 miles on the clock.
Well, if you're not familiar with these, the ZR1 now is packing 1,064 horsepower. The twin-turbo LT7, 5.5 liters. This is a one-owner car, 880 miles on the odometer, 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, and the 1LZ trim. What else? Competition yellow. Outside, the adrenaline red interior and torch red seat belts to match. Carbon ceramic disc brakes, drilled rotors, and bright red brake calipers. Oh, this thing will stop in a heartbeat. 20 spoke wheels, 20-inch in the front, 21 in the rear. Magnetic selective ride control. Oh, it's optioned out. Carbon fiber roof and exterior accents. And we're into the $200,000 range, but not far enough into it.
You can't take your eyes off of it.
Oh, I know.
It's that cool.
The color and the performance potential. What a combination.
Yep. 1959 F100 right behind it.
Professional custom ground up build, and you'll see why in a moment. Little 302 in it with a Nettelbrock 4-barrel and intake manifold. 4R70W automatic transmission. Low car shifter. I did it. Steering column. Leather steering wheel with aluminum trim. Vintage air power windows. Got a Bose stereo in there. Woo. Keeping it cool, man, with an aluminum radiator. Coil-over independent front suspension with KYB shocks and a 9-inch Ford rear end. Yeah, this was not an inexpensive build. Power 4-wheel disc brakes and those American Racing torque thrust 2 wheels, 17-inch diameter. Look at that long bed. That's a big old bed behind that cab.
37, 35,000. You want to get 36, 7, 36, 37, 36,000. Anybody get 37,000?
Great selection of custom pickup trucks here today, both Chevys and Fords. And none are the same. Every single one of them done a little bit differently. Some of them a lot different.
Glad to see that one with shocks from my guys at KYB. They have their one of their American offices right here in central Indiana.
Oh.
Yeah, just down on the south side. Good guys. All right, here is the 96 Toyota 4Runner SR5 that Rutledge has been going crazy over. Rut?
Guys, I was so excited. I brought Drake, the bidding assistant, with me. We've already outbid what I was going to pay. This is a beautiful 1996 Toyota 4Runner SR5 four-wheel drive cloth interior. It has got just under 7,000 miles. Look around this gorgeous showpiece. We're already at $42,000. This is so cool. It really is a time capsule. This is a brand new version. I was ready. I was in, guys. I was a player till 25. I'm already out. I'm already out. They're trying to get me to bid still. But this car, it's like a mothball. It's been preserved.
I gotta bug you. You're gonna get 47,000.
Do I want to get 47, Drake? I don't, but thank you. This is amazing. I'm so happy. Guys, he's not the Canadian rapper Drake, but Drake, one of our amazing bidder assistants.
Hey,
he
Bill,
and his brother.
Should we pool, you and me and Chris and Shannon and everybody, should we pool our resources here?
I feel bad for Rutledge, I know. We'll give him a little bit of a sympathy, a chunk of change here.
This is unbelievable, guys.
Yeah, well.
48 grand.
Come on, hit 50.
48,000.
Wow.
How many miles on that truck again, Rutledge?
Just under 7,000, 6950, I believe. 6955.
Did you think we'd get that close to 50K?
I thought it was going to go at least 40. I'm impressed. That's well bought. That thing is gorgeous, top to bottom.
Okay. $48,000. You won't see a better one. Let me promise you that. We got to take a break here. More from Indy just around the corner.
Exciting. Coming to Nashville, we are going to get a chance to see some of the cars from Jack Roush's collection from his museum. They're going to cross the block. Jack really wants to be part of the auction process. That is one of them right there, one of his favorites, the 69 Ford Mustang Boss. But take a look at the one right here. It looks like there's two cars here, so I'm going to give you a little story on this. This is the 1995 Ford Mustang Cobra IMSA road race car. This was the car that won the GTS class in the 24 Hours of Daytona with Paul Newman as one of the drivers. You could see the body on the other side. So what happened was, as soon as this car won that race, they took the body off it. You could see all the dirt, all the celebration, all of the everything from being part of a 24-hour race. They took this one off, sent it to Livonia, Michigan, where Jack Roush's museum is, and they put this cleaner body on top of the chassis. It stayed in the Daytona Museum for more than 20 years. When we went to visit Jack just a couple of weeks ago, this was the first time that this original body had come back to Livonia, and the first time that the chassis and the body were back together in 20 years. Such a cool story. Jack, he was so excited to see the two together. Now, the number of this car, Nobody's Fool, is 70. That is because Paul Newman was 70 years old when he raced in this race. Of course, it was sponsored by the movie Nobody's Fool, which came out in 1994. Here's a trivia question for you guys. So Paul Newman was nominated for an Academy Award, Best Actor in Nobody's Fool. Who did he lose to that year? Any idea, guys?
Oh, what year was it, Shannon?
So it was a 1994 movie.
Okay.
Any idea?
Ooh.
I mean, life is like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get.
Oh, Tom Hanks.
There you go.
Oh, I was going to say Pee Wee Herman. The Academy always passes over him.
Yeah, they do.
130. 120.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, that's good trivia and good insight on those cars. When's the last time we've talked about Paul Newman, the driver, and Paul Newman chassis in the same show?
Never.
That's kooky. Nothing kooky about this one. It's a ZR1 2019, last of the C7 generation. 1 year only, as we said. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Last of the conventional 3-pedal manual transmission, although this one has the automatic in it, the 8-speed automatic. But it's got 755 horsepower out of that 6.2-liter supercharged V8. This one's showing about 7,700 miles on the odometer. The 3ZR Premium Equipment Group, other packages included, the Sebring Orange Design Package and the ZTK Track Performance Package. So this one has plenty of baked-in performance along with that supercharged 6.2.
135 is bid.
137.5.
C7 generation, born in 2014. And we had to wait until 2019 to get a ZR1, but it was worth the wait. A 200-mile-an-hour Corvette for sure.
$135 is bid, and I remember being at Bloomington Gold. I think you were there in 2013 as well when the new C7s were unveiled.
Well,
that?
John Kramer and I were at the Peterson Museum when they had the West Coast unveiling of the C7, and Kirk Binion, the designer, was there, and he tried to explain the rear end treatment as the Corvette community, the loyalists, were a little unhappy that the round taillights were gone. So he had a firestorm to kind of put out. But that was a great night.
Well, mark up that ZR1 for $135,000. And you heard it fire up and get ready to leave the room as we're looking at the engine room on a 1956 Continental Mark II Sport Coupe.
Nice. These cars always find an audience. Great styling. Of course, that's what they are best known for. Let's see, one of 2,556 that were produced in 1956. And as we point out, folks at the Ford Motor Company, they lost money on each and every one. These were hand-built, not mass-produced on an assembly line. That adds to the production cost. 368 cubic inch V8 gave it the power with an automatic transmission. This one with factory air conditioning. Only built for several years.
42.
But
45,
now, here
42,
in 2026,
43,
they are
44,
high on the radar
45,
screen for a lot of people
45,
who are into this era of super high luxury automobiles built in this country.
47,000 is bid.
Hey, reserve is off. 48.
And that'll be enough to trigger that reserve to come off.
I have 47,000. You're going to get 48. So, $47,000.
Well, there you go. The hammer falls at $47,000. What a stately piece of automotive history that.
So many words to describe it, but I never get tired of seeing the cars.
Somebody give 100. Somebody give $100,000 for it. I have 50.
Well, here we go with 1969 Camaro, and they have done enough on this car, Bill Stevens, to at least get it nominated for the Pro Touring category.
Oh, I think it's been elected, Scott. I think it's got everything it needs. First of all, the power, big 427, big block. It's got a Tremec 5-speed manual transmission. They've upgraded the suspension with parts from Heights, front subframe, independent rear suspension, Ford 9-inch rear end. It's got vintage air in it. The interior's been all redone, restitched from TMI. So yeah, Pro Touring all the way. Torch red, black interior. Finishing it off with those big 5-spoke Foose wheels.
I got 100, 105, 105.
Sits low and lean.
105, 102,500, 105.
$100,000 bid.
105. 102,500 bid, 105,000.
Boy, is that ever red, too.
Yes. That's an OEM color, torch red. I'm trying to remember whose OEM it is, but yeah, not a custom mix or anything.
107,500, 107,500, 107,500.
Yeah, money well spent on that build. It's paying off. We're into 6 figures.
Talking to some guys in the front row down there.
$500. Anybody else?
I mean, that's literally right in front of the block, too. So they got a good look at it as it rolled past. 105 is the bid, and now 1075.
I think we're done.
175.
That'd be perfect for the Hot Rod Power Tour.
Oh, would it ever. Very nice. Yeah, and that'll take care of it. 1075. Pro Touring. 69 Vet. Camaro.
We've had so many vets. I don't blame you.
I know. Okay, let's go back to 1932 now. And a Detroit Electric Model 97B Brougham.
Electric cars, nothing new. Detroit, this company built them. It was a company called Baker Electric that built them. And back then, the battery technology was so primitive. There really was no way that you could get these cars for people to be able to use them on a daily basis. And an old friend of mine, the late, great Beverly Ray Kimes, great automotive historian, documented this car. Only 59 of these electric cars were built back in 1932.
That's pretty cool that you knew her.
Oh, I did.
Yeah?
I did a couple of projects with her.
Really?
Oh, you could talk to her for hours.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Great lady.
By the way, they have replaced the original lead-acid batteries with more modern batteries in this car. But it's still electric.
I would hope.
Yes.
Because, yeah. If that had original batteries in it, that would put it in the Smithsonian. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, look at this. We're approaching $100,000.
How about that? My
and
goodness.
we just hit there.
Rutledge, you look troubled.
I guess I'm just fascinated as a person that lives in a town with a lot of electric golf carts and smaller electric cars. I just can't believe that car could still bring that kind of money. That's amazing. How cool for them.
Right.
I thought he was sulking over that Toyota that he didn't get.
No, he saw my head sort of cocked to the side, looking at the screen, thinking, "Wow, that's really impressive."
That is impressive. I would have to agree with you. I'm impressed that somebody knows what it is, a Detroit electric car from 1932.
And at 100,000, still not going to be enough. It's not going to have enough financial voltage to get.
Didn't have the juice to make it. I see.
Right. Nobody's going to take it home.
I'm not going to resist another joke.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, man, you're getting me all wired up.
We're done. 2022 ZL1 Hennessy Exorcist convertible. That should tell you exactly what this car is all about.
Well, Scott, I always say how John Hennessy, is one of those people who you wouldn't let him date your daughter. He's just a crazy man. And now he's got a car named the Exorcist. How appropriate is that? This one right here is a supercharged 6.2 thousand horsepower, 966 pound-feet of torque, a top speed of 217 miles an hour. In your travels, John Hennessy, have you ever crossed
great
paths
guy.
with him?
Yeah, we used a lot of his cars on Top Gear. I was going to say, we need to just all give a quick shout out to our incredible audio and camera team that can capture the growl of a car like that the way they just did.
Oh yeah.
That is something special.
Yeah, I tell you, I don't know if this will sell, but a lot of that money is just worth the exhaust note itself. A real deal, modern era muscle car.
Well, in terms of the final number, $92,000 for that Camaro, and the 1958 Impala convertible is next at no reserve.
Yeah, with the big 348 in it. That's the Tri-Power Turbo Thrust 348 cubic inch V8 engine. Frame off restoration, should mention that. Power Glide automatic, and the tropical turquoise paint. Tri-tone interior on the inside. Nice. And the options, how about the dual antennas? One for the radio and one just for looks. Wonderbar AM radio, that Wonderbar radio, that's, you know, the early era seek and scan. You just hit the Wonderbar and that little needle goes back and forth. Signal seeking, power steering. They put disc brakes on this Chevy. And the Continental spare tire deck.
Bill, style-wise, what did you personally like better, the 57 or when they moved to this shape in the 58 on the Impala? What's kind of your line of styling for Chevy? I imagine the Bel Air in 57 had a real imprint, but then this came along, sort of a game changer.
This was a game changer. It was a one-year only body style. It was such a departure from the earlier 55, 56, and 57 Chevys that, at least from auction results, it took a while for these cars to really get to the level of value they're at right now. So to answer your question, I would say historically the 57 has a bigger footprint in automotive history. But the fact that the 1958 changed the game for Chevrolet so much in 1 year, you have to take your hat off to that.
Which one would you like better?
I would like a 58. I would like a 58 with a 348 tri-power convertible, just like this one.
Did you happen to notice that this is a tropical turquoise car and Rutledge is wearing tropical turquoise plaid today?
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
We got inventory.
Some days you get lucky, guys.
I know.
You nailed it.
Yep. Hey, $130,000. Just bought that 58 Impala, and we check in now with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks a lot, Scott. I am out amongst the Peter Swainson collection. I was lucky enough to go up to Canada and do a preview of these cars, and they're about to get on the move to staging because they are going across the auction block tomorrow. If you gave me one car out of this collection, perhaps the entire auction to take home, this may be it. Rare metal indeed. So in 1971, only 11 Hemi GTXs left the factory with a 4-speed transmission backing it up. Of those 11, only 4 had the Super Track Pack, and only 1 left the factory finished in this color, Winchester Gray. I gotta open up the hood so you can see this beautiful power plant. How good is that? Peter Swainson prides himself on the level of restoration and how he keeps his cars. This is absolutely flawless, unbelievable car. They are going to make such a show-stopping moment when they go across the auction block tomorrow. Make sure you're back here with us to check it out. And stick around right now, quick commercial, and then right back here to Indy.
We are back in Indy. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens here in the booth in the State Fairgrounds Coliseum. Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Woods, Steve Matchett, Shannon Spake, Jeff Stunkard with us out and about as we continue on ESPN Plus and a live look at a 1986 328 GTS Coupe from Ferrari. No reserve here, Bill, $73,000.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing all of these multi-million-dollar Ferraris and some of these high-end exotics. Back in 1986, that's what this was, a Ferrari 328. This was the evolution of the 308, 3.2-liter transverse V8 with a 5-speed manual transmission. And, yeah, less than $100,000 gets you into this one.
Wow.
Yep.
I like it. Hey, I like the next car, too. Talk about, you go from the aerodynamics of the Ferrari to the lack of, with a box, otherwise known as the 1965 Lincoln Continental, but they have the presence as well, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
huge.
This whole generation, about 10 years, Lincoln went with this style, and rightly so, because it was so popular and such a departure from the previous generation with the fins and the canted headlights and all of that craziness. This is a 65 candy apple. It's a custom candy apple red. They've done a comprehensive nut and bolt restoration with the exception of the interior. That pretty much stayed original. Got an automatic with the big V8 in there. These could have a 460 or a 462. Big inch V8, custom 20-inch chrome wheels by Prestige Forged, AC, power brakes. You know, we saw that Continental Mark II a little while ago, and now here we are 10 years into the future. And now we have a car that, again, was a styling sensation.
And a nice touch with the floating caps, those logos. The Lincoln logo always stayed the same way as the car's rolling. That thing's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, it is.
$80,000 for it. And we need to bring you up to date on a car that sold while we were in the previous commercial break, and it's a good one too. 2024 Corvette Z06, and there it is. Look at that black red interior. That's adrenaline red interior specifically, Bill, and it brought 6 figures.
Yes, it did. Plenty of power. That's the 670 horse, 5.5 liter V8 with the 8-speed dual clutch automatic transmission.
And 1075 was the final number for it.
World-class sports car.
Okay, back live with this LS5, 1970 Chevelle.
Which would have been the 390 horsepower 454 in 1970. Original frost green finish with white stripes. Original green bench seat interior. Got the turbo 400 automatic transmission, factory air, and a 331 rear axle ratio. Power front disc brakes, and some documentation including the protector plate and the bill sheet. Cowl induction hood, tinted glass, door edge guards. Just some of the options included on this Chevelle. Reserve off, yeah.
69,000.
They went 70 over here off the side. 71 to you. Let's not lose it. You did all the work. 71 to you.
70 pound out now. 1, 2, 72, 72,
You're holding
72,
71.
71,
Watching the guys over here on the floor.
Boy, that's a beautiful color. Forest green.
Yep. Go with 72
with stripes and green interior.
Yep, they went 72, 73
Maybe
to you.
a few shades away from Fathom Green, another one of ours.
Or 75 and scare them away. But otherwise, you need 73 last call. 73.
Oh! 74,000 out of bed now.
Zach's man is still in there.
I see a little
in the hunt in the upper left-hand corner.
74,000 out of bed. 74, 73, 74. Anybody else?
Yeah, in the minds of many, this is the year that the Chevelle really reached the zenith of style and power, of course, with that LS6.
We have a few of those on the way to the block here at Indy this weekend, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, this one ends up selling to that gentleman on the telephone with our man Zach. GT500 time here, Bill.
Boy, what a sensation this car was. The GT500 that packed that 760 horsepower supercharged 5.2 V8. Not available with a standard 3-pedal manual transmission, kind of like the C8 Corvette. But this one has that carbon fiber track pack called Golden Ticket. And I can remember these cars, they were very difficult to track down. The demand was overwhelming. By the way, this one only 12 miles on the odometer.
And Bill, those carbon fiber wheels, hard to imagine. I think this is one of the first really mass-produced cars that you could get a wheel set up like that. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, those are very expensive. You don't want to ding one of those.
Yeah, my daughters would not be able to drive this through the Starbucks in my town, apparently, because it would come back with some gouged wheels.
Oh, jeez.
They proved that in my Sienna minivan. 30.
Oh, man speaks from experience.
Oh, I feel your pain. I've been there.
And I was being honest. I didn't tell you it was one of my cooler cars. It was definitely my minivan. But I was like, what happened here? Starbucks.
Wow, we're up to $130,000. This is one of only 62 Code Orange Shelby GT500s with a carbon fiber track pack, and one of only 17 produced with the painted over-the-top stripes. Some rarity and collectability there.
I think you ought to line this one up next to that 2019 ZR1 in a similar shade of orange with the big black wing, and let him fight it out.
A little match race, huh?
Yeah.
Good idea.
130,000 buys that one. And a super cool car that we have next for you. This is an RSSS Camaro, 1968. But look at the originality here.
Look at the originality and think about the history of this. Delivered to Yanko Chevrolet down in Pennsylvania in 1968, then brought to Motion Performance up in New York for the installation of some special Motion Performance type modifications. They even have a letter from Mr. Motion Performance, Joel Rosen. So two of the greatest names in aftermarket performance collaborated on this car. It's got the L72 427, which is what Yanko was dropping into those Camaros that he was building back in that time period. Hooker headers. You've got the updated ignition system on that 427. You see the motion style hood in front of the car. Got traction bars underneath there and that Lakewood scatter shield that everybody used to run with those 4-speeds. In case you got a little exuberant and blew the clutch out of it, that scatter shield would save your legs. But I remember all that stuff.
You know, sometimes you see a car out in the staging lanes because of its presence. Sometimes you see it because of the crowd. This car has had a crowd around it all day long. I think that story of how this car came to be is really what sells it. And that kind of patina of a life well lived that's on there, to me, makes that car a real standout.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to take more than $100,000. And for whoever buys it, I've got 3 words. Leave it alone.
There you go. Absolutely. So cool, just like that.
Yep. All right, so, man, that is such an interesting piece for sure. Moving on to a Camaro Super Sport, 1998.
One-owner car. 5.7-liter V8. This car, by the way, known as the Unicorn, one of 7 convertible SS models made in this sport gold metallic color in 1998. 1 has been optioned, the same as this one, with the SLP options that are built in. 6-speed manual transmission, and that 1-year-only color, as we just mentioned, 4-wheel disc brakes with anti-brake system hardware. SLP Engineering has provided a bunch of things on this. This is really a one-off car. I mean, you're not going to find another one that's equipped like this one, no matter how hard you look. Won't sell this time around.
Nope. $42,000. All right, let's real quickly take a moment to send you back next door to another building where the M Group cars have been residing all week long. Chris Jacobs will take us through one of those cars.
Oh, yeah, Scott, what a time. It's going to be on Saturday when the M Group collection goes across. And they're not just exotic cars in this collection. There's a lot of muscle, too, like this 1963 Dodge 330 Max Wedge Lightweight. Only 9 lightweights were produced in 1963, and this is the 3rd of those 9. This is beautifully done in red over red. Now, this one also has the aluminum package. Okay, it's got 426 Max Wedge under the hood, but it also has aluminum fenders, aluminum hood, aluminum hood scoop, aluminum dust cover on the bumpers. This car is all about weight and therefore going fast. The battery has been relocated to the trunk. Backing up that 426 Max Wedge is a 727 Torque Flight push-button transmission, and this car is flawlessly restored. I mean, look at that. Assembled at the Hamtramck plant in Michigan and then sent to a dealership in Santa Maria, California. This is just an absolute beast of a car. Can't wait to see it go across, and it is being sold at no reserve, so it will go home with a new owner. Scott, back to you.
All right, CJ, thank you very much. I know that gets your blood pressure going upward, huh?
That was a flagship for Mopar's drag racing campaigns back in the day. That's 1 year before the Race Hemi debut of that Max Wedge. That was the engine that carried the Mopar to so many drag racing victories.
Oh, I'm just dumbfounded here, Bill. The Paint Hall of Fame, first ballot. I'm almost tempted to say this is going to be the only nominee this week. This truck, 1972 GMC Sierra.
Yeah,
look at that green.
Can't disagree with that. Olive green, very simple description on that paint, but it's certainly not a paint job that you could describe easily, because you're right, Scott. It just sets off everybody's paint job alarm. You saw the green houndstooth interior there. Power-wise, 350, automatic transmission. 2023 Chattanooga World of Wheels winner. Won a Best Overall GMC winner, the 2022 Lebanon C10 Nationals. So it's got some trophies behind it. But yeah, it's the paint. Wow. Color and application. Can't be beat.
I think that it is wood airbrushed on the side panels and on the rear of the car, the truck.
Yeah, wood doesn't bend like that over the inner wheel wells.
Yeah, I know.
But it looks real. But it looks real.
Maybe it's a mural even. I don't know. I can't tell from here. But anyway, yeah, just so good.
Yeah, the whole truck.
All right, 57 Bel Air convertible next up.
Okay, is this original? Is this hot rodded? Is this modified? Let's go back to the first option. This is original. Frame off nut and bolt restoration with the 283 and dual quads, which also available in the Corvette. 270 horsepower, 3-speed manual transmission. New almost everything. Fuel tank and lines, brake drums, master cylinder, exhaust system. The dash totally rebuilt and painted. New top was installed. Yeah, they didn't miss anything. A lot of these we see with the Power Glide automatic. This with the 3-speed on the column. Yeah, Rutledge asked a little while ago whether I preferred the 57 or the 58, and it's hard to choose between the two, but there is no argument that the 57 Chevy is probably the best example of what Chevrolet was doing back in the day to compete against Ford and Chrysler. And the 57 Bel Air, although it was outsold by Ford, it's the car that we revere, I would say, a little bit more than the Fords here in 2026.
Definitely one of the most iconic American cars of all time, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, we sometimes pose the question, what car or cars could you recognize if you were anywhere in the entire world? Someone would see it and know what it is, and we've said, well, there's the split window coupe, there's the Thunderbird, and 57 Chevy might belong on that list.
It's on that list for sure. Yes, indeed. All right, it sold for $72,000, and we need to look at the Monte Carlo SS Aero Coupe. And Chris had this in his preview window a little while ago, 1987.
Not a car that's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody that's out there on the boulevard, because these really weren't overly powerful cars. 5-liter V8, 180 horsepower, but it's what GM did with these cars that make them so memorable and collectible, and that is their history in NASCAR. And as Chris mentioned, a couple of championships by Dale Earnhardt. And that Aero rear window, once again, just to give this car a little more slipperiness on the super speedways.
All right, $52,000. They're going to be the high bid on the Monte Carlo.
Now let me quickly explain. We do not see them trade for anywhere near that. That one has just over 1,100 miles on it. So yes, that would explain it.
That's part of the story there for sure. 1957 Corvette. And this one is no reserve, and quickly to $50,000. Bill, tell us why.
Well, because in 1957, fuel injection debuted in the Corvette, and the people at GM crowed about the fact that they had an engine that could provide as much horsepower as cubic inches. 283 cubic inches, 283 horsepower. This one, beautifully restored. Just a fabulous job on this 4-speed manual. That also debuted in 1957. And the frame-off restoration, according to the consignor, was a 20-year project, which is why you're looking at a car right now that is beyond flawless. Selling at no reserve.
74, 75, 75. That's it, time. 75. 76.
I think I mentioned before that there was kind of a conflict between Zora Arkus-Duntov and the marketing department at Chevrolet, because Zora said that engine makes 290 horsepower, and the marketing department said, well, you know, if we can say that it's got 1 horsepower per cubic inch, people will be able to really appreciate that, and so that's why they did it. Right. And then the following year in '58, they rated the same engine at 290 horsepower.
Yep. That kind of stuff's still going on in 2026.
Yeah. Well, you know how I feel about horsepower ratings. You know, I don't lose sleep over being completely accurate on muscle car horsepower because, you know, most of it was fantasy land, believe me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even the people that were putting the ratings out didn't really care about accuracy and horsepower ratings.
Right. Yeah.
There's so many factors too. You know, I mean, how can you get a definitive number to the horsepower? You can't
do it.
Okay, when all is said and done, $82,000 buys that 57 Fueling. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Indy from high above here at the State Fairgrounds Coliseum. We are looking down on an absolutely stunning 1978 Ferrari 308 GTS, and our Ferrari man, Steve Matchett, that is not a factory color, but I love it.
If it's a factory color, I have never seen it. I've never heard any mention of it. But I was just walking past the pre-staging and saw it there. I thought, I've got to walk across the block and see the interest that it generates.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
High bid of $65,000. And it will go to bid goes on. You don't see that very often, Bill, but man.
Right. Yeah, and under the paint, by the way, a lot of modifications to a totally custom build on that Ferrari.
Okay. A 34 Ford 3-window custom coupe here.
Yeah, classic-looking hot rod. Oh, something sticking up out of the hood. I'm excited.
Guys, I was just talking to the owner. Her name is Peggy. She's standing back here behind the car videotaping. She says she's had it for about 12 years. It is her husband Dan's car. He is home sick. So you know he is watching on ESPN Plus right now. She said that she is a nervous wreck watching this car go across the block. Dan, feel better, buddy.
Yeah, get well, and we really like your hot rod. Man, 355 cubic inch Chevy small block, the YN 671 supercharger. That's why you see that Hillborn-style hood scoop there coming up from beneath. Turbo 350, 3-speed automatic with a high stall speed converter. Wow, this thing will hop.
Well, the high bid on this Ford from 1934, $50,000. Hey, I want to take a moment to give some love to the folks at 303. Of course, the 303 staging lane is where every one of these cars travels to get to the middle of the auction block at Mecum, Indy. And I want to tell you about 303's interior cleaner. And there it is. It will take care of any surface on the inside of your car without leaving any kind of a residue. Part of a terrific lineup of 303 products. And you can find out so much more as we take a look around this 1970 Camaro. So much more at 303mecum.com. Not just a Camaro, but it's a Z28 that will be crossing the block tomorrow here early in the day. So make sure that you are with us on ESPN Plus. We're back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, 11 until 5. 303mecum.com. 303, proven to protect. And on the auction block, on the mat actually, is a 1960. We're actually going to go back to the block for a 1972 GTO.
Yeah, 1972, the last year before we went Colonnade. Styling changed. But this one here with a 455 cubic inch high output V8 engine, but by 1972, horsepower ratings were in decline. But that's okay. It's still a real GTO with a real Muncie 4-speed manual. Cardinal red, white vinyl interior. Her shifter, this has got AC in it. Ram air hood, 5-spoke alloy wheels with the PMD center caps, which you see right there. The rally wheels, rally 2s. Sweet looking goat. We're at 55,000, now 60. Up we go. Yeah, we're talking about horsepower. By 1972, even the big 455s in these GTOs were struggling to get to around 300 horsepower. And that was happening all across the GM line. I mean, by now, the Buicks, the 455s, the Stage 1 cars, whatever, yeah, it's just what was happening. And boy, we outlived it, because look what's happening today.
Right on. And the high bid on that one, $60,000. Speaking of what's happening today, what's happening on the block right now is a 2024 Ram TRX Hennessy Mammoth 1000 Final Edition. Now, if that's not enough to tell you that there's something crazy in this truck, I don't know what is.
Hennessy can't keep his hands off anything, can he? Wow.
Thankfully
yeah,
he can't.
We're grateful for that. Yes, supercharged 6.2 Hellcat Hemi. This one with over 1,000 horsepower and almost 1,000 pound-feet of torque, 8-speed automatic in there. Number 165 of 200 that were produced. Leather inside, got the Hennessy 10-spoke wheels. Boy, that truck give you nightmares.
Yeah, you know, I mean, efficiency be damned, I say.
Right.
You know,
Who needs it?
why not? I love this truck. I love what Ram is doing. I love the fact that Kuniskis is back there heading them up, and he is just taking performance into the future. Even, you know, rent-a-car companies now have Laramie spec Rams, and I've gotten a few of them. Even with the Hurricane inline 6 in there, tons of power, tons of performance. I'm really glad that they are not caving to what's been going on in the industry overall.
And easily the most absurd stock exhaust system I've ever heard.
Hell yes.
You would think that no matter which one you hear, you're like, oh, they've modified it. No, it's stock.
Nope.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Yeah. By the way, $110,000 was the number where we last left that truck, and it's not going to be enough. So, speaking of something completely different, 1953 Jaguar XK120.
Yep. This is the beginnings of the XK generation for Jaguar, and I don't know if this is going to sell, but this could become our top seller here, believe it or not. This little Jag XK120 fixed head coupe. It's a U.S. specification car, delivered through Charles Hornberg's Los Angeles dealership. First owner, William H. Coleman. And by 2006, this car had suddenly resurfaced in France. And Steve Matchett, I'm sure you're very familiar with this particular generation of Jaguar.
I am. The first boss that I ever had, the guy that gave me the job as an apprentice mechanic, was himself a Jag mechanic, factory trained at Coventry, and he had one of these cars. And I've always got a soft spot for them for that alone, but it caught my eye, guys, as I was walking across it. It just looks beautiful. Once again, you know, I love that color.
It really does, and I like that. I saw you looking at it. You look at it the same way that Chris looked at that TRX truck, so I knew there was some sort of special connection.
Now, Steve, let me ask you, are the black wire wheels factory, or have those been painted black afterwards?
When I got really close, Chris, and my eyes are not as good as they used to be, I think it's in British Racing Green. I think those rims are in green, but check that for me.
Let me get a closer look there, because it's certainly a very... Oh, you know what, Steve? You are correct.
They are, right?
They are British Racing Green. And that is a beautiful, beautiful effect.
But it just looks stunning on this car, though, doesn't it? I mean, it just works so well.
So well with the spinners, and it offsets the exterior color so nicely. And there's also this piece of leather here that goes along between the fender and the upper portion of the car that picks up the wheels.
Well, the high bid for that Jaguar of $195,000. And we need to leave it there because we have big money potentially on the block here with a 1963 split window Corvette.
We do have big money coming, and believe it or not a fuel-injected car, but kind of like the next best thing in 1963. That's the 340-horse 327, that solid lifter, ultra-high compression for that time period, 11 1/4 to 1. Had a 4-barrel carb, of course. This one was a 4-speed. Tuxedo black with a leather interior. First-year leather was available in the Corvette interior. And what can you say about a split-window coupe that hasn't already been said? Landmark automobile for Chevrolet and the Corvette. And once again, tuxedo black is, for a lot of people, the ultimate color on these.
Reserve is off now at 110.
Bill Mitchell, Larry Shinoda,
Peter Brock,
a whole list of people contributed to the design of these cars back in '63. Larry Shinoda was more or less responsible for the cookie pans on the hood, the chrome rocker panels. He tells the story about how when this car was on the drawing board, Bill Mitchell would come in and say, give me some surface entertainment. And so Larry Shinoda got to work, and that's what he came up with.
You guys get to split that.
Well, 115 grand is what that gentleman came up with to buy that legendary 63 Corvette. And I think this would be at least Trans Am SE number 3 today.
I'm with you.
This one from 1978. It's the next car on the block and for sale here at the Spring Classic.
Yeah, I think we've seen a 77.
Right.
Might have had a couple of those, actually. I don't think we saw a 76. I think the ones we've seen today have not been the single headlight cars. And this one right here, matching numbers, W72 400 cubic inch engine, couple hundred horse. Borg Warner T10 4-speed manual with the WS6 handling package and those Fisher T-tops. Factory air. They detail this car top and bottom, including the underside. The gold snowflake wheels.
You know, a lot of people ask me, Chris, you're with Mecum Auctions. What's like the hot market these days? And I always say my barometer is, for a guy who's in his 50s, what was his dream car in high school? And that's kind of the hot market now, because those guys are now the ones who are buying the cars that they wish they could have had in high school, and this one totally fits the bill for that calculation.
Exactly. Back in 1978, if you were a kid that was making minimum wage or working in a job where you weren't banking $500 or $600 a week, there's no way you could afford one of those.
Again, back to the front row there for 90 grand on that Trans Am. We will take a quick timeout here. Back with more after the break. Oh, Bill, look at this. 67 Chevy 2 Nova Custom. Big bucks.
Custom all the way. Starting with the engine, Baldwin Racing built that 416 cubic inch, 500 horsepower LS3. And it's got a special high performance 4L60E automatic transmission. Got a front subframe from Detroit Speed and Engineering. It's been powder coated, Rytec triangulated floating rear suspension. I'm not done yet. Double adjustable coilover shocks on all 4 corners. Everything about this car is high end. I wish I had more time. I don't. And we're back to the block.
Yep, and that sold, by the way, for $122,500. Challenger SRT Super Stock car 2022 at 82 now.
Yep, the super stock, as we go back to the last call days here, and everybody thought that the high-performance era for Dodge was coming to a bitter end, but as Chris Jacobs has so enthusiastically pointed out, maybe not.
I don't think so. I think we're going to see plenty of power coming from both Dodge and from Ram. Now, this car would be slotted in between the Red Eye and the Demon as far as horsepower numbers go, between 797 of the Red Eye and 840 of the Demon, and it kind of fits the bill looks-wise. It's got the dual scoop hood of the Red Eye and the Demon wheels there, and we are at $82,000, Scott, and this is going to sell.
Yes, it is. The reserve is off.
Yeah, supercharged 6.2. This one with 807 horsepower out of that Hemi, and a Torque Flight 8-speed automatic transmission.
Wow. There it is at 82 grand. I think the last time we had a Blazer, Bill, you mentioned that we've had a lot of cool Blazers today.
Yeah.
How about another one to try on for size?
Yep. An army of K5 Blazers usually shows up at a Mecum auction.
Look at that.
Oh, that's labor intensive. Look at all the work that went into that engine room. It's a 350 cube, 350 horse. A GM crate motor, nut and bolt frame off restoration. Professionally built turbo 350 automatic. It's got factory air, ultra leather seats inside. Ooh, glove soft leather, you can just sink into those. Medium green paint and the parchment interior, as we're just looking at that. Rally wheels, big time 35-inch BF Goodrich. TA KO2 tires.
Great touch with the color-matched wheels.
Yeah.
Reflected in those chrome hoops. Just really, really good effect.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say this is an award winner, too. This has been to the shows. It has got some trophies behind it.
Yeah, won the outstanding stock truck at the Street Machine Nationals a few years back. Easy to see why.
Let me tell you something. You win something at the Street Machine Nationals, you're saying something, because the best street machines in the known universe show up for that event.
Got 95.
Of the best.
I can't.
Take it off.
Will we get to 6 figures?
Oh, I would think, man, that you have to.
Okay, now the consigner's thinking. He's thinking about it. He thought about it.
Reserve is off. It's going to sell. Now we'll see what that reserve coming off effect has on a price. Nope, didn't go up. That much more. 98 is the sale price.
I think everybody's happy. Buyer and seller. Good deal, both ends.
Agreed. Fantastic truck, too.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to a 1968 custom Bronco next.
Yeah, it's a kind of a funny color. They call it cacti green. Cacti, that's the plural cactus, I guess, huh? Cacti. Saddle interior, Coyote engine. Drops right in there. Good look at it right there. That went in after the frame-off rotisserie restoration, by the way.
Guys, a lot of cool rough country goodies on this one, and one of my favorite things about this, if Wilfredo, after he shows you the interior, might be able to show you that they finished the frame in almost that kind of hammered bronze sort of effect that we saw on the front bumper, so it matches with those rough country wheels, rough country tires that are on there. And with that lift, Chris, I think it was just kind of a cool combination, because you know visually you're going to catch a lot of that frame when you've got this thing up in the air like that, so why not have a kind of cool color on the frame itself?
Yeah, and if you'll notice, the top is painted a slightly different hue of that green, so I guess hence the cacti.
Ah, two different.
Two different shades of that green. And wow, look at this, we're at 117.5 bid.
Yeah, and they actually, something I'm seeing more and more of it, we saw in Wilfredo's shot, they're actually using the factory shifting mechanism from that Coyote swap. I think it just might make everything easier in the long run on the electronic side to do that, but it looked really good in there.
So are you saying like the mechanical transfer case controls simplifies it rather than the electronic transfer case controls?
I'm thinking the way that transmission with the Coyote engine works, it must be happier with that sort of a setup just on its electronic side before we even get to the transfer case, is my guess.
Okay, well, it's funny when I hear the word hammered, I think of my brother-in-law. Kind of funny.
Hello.
By the way, it sold for $117,500.
That's important.
Yeah. Let's see what this 2011 S550 brings. Considerably less at the moment. No reserve for 7.
Yeah, we see these come through. Well, I have I have an S-Class, an S550 and it's not a new one. Just a year older than this one, but you know what? These cars will run forever. They are built solid. They have all of the extras you want. They are fast, 382 horsepower. You name it, it's got it. And, you know, at $8,000, whether or not it sells at that price, that is kooky money. That was a $90,000 to $100,000 car when it was brand new.
Absolutely, and a lot of fun for the money. You know, to your point, I used to work with a director out in LA, and he would buy one of these, put 30,000, 40,000 miles on it a year, go into different shoots, sell it, buy another one. He just kind of kept cycling through. He loved it.
You know, that's true. Owners of these cars, usually when they're ready for a new one, they'll get another S-Class.
What a deal.
Yeah, well, I know, $9,000.
By the way, quick correction, the Bronco before that was a bid goes on.
Yeah, 117.5.
Yeah,
high bid.
117.5 was the bid. Okay, clean that up and move on and bring out a 1972 Chevelle Super Sport.
With a big block. Got a 454 in it with an automatic transmission. They rebuilt the suspension. Exhaust system's been rebuilt as well. Updated the brake system. We got discs on it, air conditioning. And a great looking paint job, as you see the 454 sitting in there.
Bill, I've got 3 words for you. All right, all right, all right. Hard to not see this car and think of Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused. Am I right?
Is it a 72?
I think it was a 71.
Yeah, I think it was a 71.
But still, that's
close
where
enough.
That's
Same
where my
body
mind
style.
goes. Yeah, when you see the stripes, it's just, there's something about these cars just really special. And if you love that movie, as so many of us did, can't hurt.
You know what movie I think of when I see that?
What?
John Wick.
Oh, another
John
great
Wick
one. Yeah.
had an SS 454 in that
That's a
movie.
great
He had a Mustang too, but also a Chevelle.
Bill, I want to congratulate you. That's, I think, the first movie reference you've made that was a movie in the last 40 years, I think.
Well, I'll tell you, I have to take my hat off to you guys. You remember the movies, the dialogue, the vehicles, the stars, who was in it?
Because how long ago was American Graffiti? Because that's Bill's car movie reference.
That's like the newest movie.
That was like
we've
75, wasn't it? 73, maybe?
Something like that. That was my life. That movie was who I was.
Absolutely.
Richard Dreyfuss made his debut in that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, and
Harrison
1973,
Ford.
Harrison Ford. Yep. Mackenzie Phillips was in there, I think. Yeah.
And it was
Suzanne
1973,
Summers.
for the record.
Yes. She was in it, sort of. The mysterious woman in the T-Bird.
$58,000. They're still working on this Chevelle here.
Sir, you're $2,000 away from buying the car. Yeah, very, very small hop. $60,000. We did like a $19,000 hop the other day, but blew me off the block.
I think a little bit more.
9 doesn't do it, 60 does.
Should buy it. Not a numbers match.
Raise it to 60, and then I go like that.
It's not a
and
70, it's a 72.
60.
Well, you're right. A little bit
you
more
want it,
will, because Matt Morbeck
pretty
just said
simple,
60,000 will buy the car.
you get a
That's the
check for
Mecum rule on this
54.
one.
I'll give you a check for 54.
We're all in agreement.
59, correct? Race has been
So I'm
59.
cutting our commission.
But leaves it
So I'm
open
gonna
if he
give you a
takes
check
it
for
off.
54. Okay, reserves off.
59 is our current bid.
Reserves off.
Reserves off. $60,000. Chevelle off the block. 59 bid.
So they've elected to pull the reserve instead, and
60.
see what happens.
60,000. Sold 59. Sold $59,000.
All right, 59 will do it. There you go. And so we go from the Chevelle Super Sport here to another Wrangler Unlimited Rubicon. This one from 2019, JL version.
This is the one, I'm sorry, that Shannon showed us a little preview of earlier. This thing is a monster.
Yeah, it's got that demon engine, 840 horsepower. This is scary. Man.
Guys, remember, 42-inch wheels right there for tires for that car right there. They were up to my waist when I was standing next to it. I wasn't even able to touch the top of that car, but it was really cool. You could almost, if you got down, you could almost walk right underneath it. But what a cool lift on that Jeep right there. You could take pretty much anywhere.
Many of dollars went into the build of that Jeep, people.
What do you say, skillion-d, bazillion-d or something?
Skillion-d, billion-d, zillion-d dollars into that build. I am not exaggerating.
Yeah, and when you look through as it's rolling up, we take a look on the side. They also, the way these Jeeps are done now, you can actually get kind of higher clearance fenders. Then they use these cool inner fender liners that these are painted to match on this one. They really kind of hide all of the body cladding. You've got the rock sliders on there, new bumpers, front, rear, big lift, and it looks like the rear diff has been beefed up as well. So it seems like, you know, the way that they build these, they really want you to be able to use all that power.
Guys, I want to point out a little Easter egg that Jeep puts on these JLs right here. If we can get a close-up with the jib, there's a little pair of flip-flops molded into this plastic piece on the cowl right there, and that is in honor of a guy named Jeff Payway, who is a big Jeep guy. He always wears flip-flops, and he was contributor to the design of the JL, so they decided to pay homage to him with a little flip-flop impression in the plastic piece on the cowl there.
Very cool. Yeah, and we saw the rear, the spare on the rear, and basically that is a visibility delete Jeep because that thing is so big. You cannot see.
Well, didn't Bill point out earlier that if you didn't have the visibility to begin with, you can't delete it, right?
Well, okay. Okay. Oh boy. Hey, let's move to a 65 Mustang Fastback. Bill Stevens dressed up like a GT350.
Yeah, it's a masquerade party, and this little Fastback is coming as a GT350. And the bid goes on. Didn't take long. 50,000 is not going to hit the bullseye.
Yep, good-looking car, though. Back with more from Indy and Dana Mecum Spring Classic. Just a little over an hour to go, and we'll continue after the break. Well, we call it the Apex Collection, and for good reason. 63 cars, 17 Corvettes, 3 Boss 429s, and much more. Coming to the block tomorrow, and perhaps the headliner of headliners, if you will, a 1966 427, there it is, 427 Cobra, one of approximately 16 black 427s, very original, restored car, original body and chassis intact. And Bill, that car is astounding in every sense of the word.
Oh, wow. With the originality, the quality of the restoration. And yeah, it'll take your breath away when you see it in person. Hope everybody watching gets a chance to do that.
No doubt about it. Hey, look at this, 102.5 on a 67 Corvette convertible here.
All right, let me explain something to you here, okay?
Go ahead, Lucy.
It's got a 427 in it. Consignor doesn't tell us which one. Quite honestly, I didn't see it. So it's not a numbers matching, but it's got a lot of the other things you want in a big block 67. And it's sold, yes,
yeah,
Scott?
102.5.
Yes.
Yep. Very good. All right, here's a good one. 390 Cube V8 in the 68 AMC AMX.
Yeah, AMC a little late to the muscle car game in 1968. We saw the Javelin, the AMX like this, a two-seater. Some people said, oh, well, this will give the Corvette a run for its money. Yeah, not quite, but let me tell you something. Don't be dissing anything from AMC during this time period because there's a huge AMC community out there that really love these cars, and why not? The 390 V8, 315 horsepower. It's got the T10 4-speed manual transmission. This one's got a pretty stiff gear in it, a 4.44 ratio posi rear end. Even has a roll bar thrown in there. Super stock style hood scoop too, so it's not completely original. But these cars have racing provenance. They were drag racing quite successfully for a while as well. And there is an audience for these cars, believe me. People, you know, they look at these and they say, yeah, man, I wish I had one when I was a kid.
I think with that roll bar and those cheater slicks, Bill, I get the feeling this one has seen a racetrack or two in its day.
Yeah, it's tipping its hand a little bit there, Rutledge.
Rightfully so, by the way. And shout out to Dick Teague, the designer of most of AMC's models, all from the imagination of one guy.
Yeah. Dick Maskin, or Richard Maskin of Dart Engineering, he raced one of these back in the day very successfully.
Well,
excuse me. Wally Booth, I think, spent time on, I mean, a lot of the old-time drag racers.
With the 390 and a 4-speed, I mean,
Close to the 28.
It's not going to sell. It sounds like it's going to bid goes on, but man, what a deal that could be.
Yeah.
And it did, you're correct.
Otherwise, we're going to close it at
and Matt Morbeck closes the bid at $28,000.
Now for Team 254 from the Christmas collection.
All right, here we go. Back to 1920. And the Republic Motor Truck Company from Alma, Michigan.
1920. That would be a state-of-the-art truck. Absolutely no effort whatsoever for driver comfort. Open cab.
You guys take a look at that crank start too, right there in the front of the car.
Back in the day, that's the way you started these engines.
I asked the driver if he had to crank start it to bring it down here, and he said no, that there's a push start in there.
Yeah, well, they do retrofit now the starters on these so that you don't deal with those cranks. I'll tell you, if you don't know how to do that properly, you get your arm broken real quick because it'll kick back on you. But a little 4-cylinder engine, 3-speed manual transmission, and you can just picture a payload of produce or firewood or cinder blocks or you name it. That's how they got trucked around back then.
And I have a feeling these people must have called our friends down at Coker Tires, because that is a beautiful, what looks like a brand new set of Goodrich Silvertowns on there.
Might be. You know what I think of? Because this truck was built in Alma, Michigan. I think of Hail to the Victors. Da, 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 da,
it's got the right colors.
You know,
it says Anderson Acres.
Right.
Entrusted to the Summer family, it looks like.
And you know,
Maize and blue.
Those tires might be an upgrade. I'm not sure, but semi-pneumatic tires were certainly more popular in that time period, especially for trucks. Those are solid rubber tires. These have air in them. These are bias ply tires, but and a lot of times when these trucks are restored, they'll switch over to the standard inflatable tires.
Those are the P.1s.
P.1s. Okay.
And what did that go for? It sold for $20,000.
All right. I don't know what we'd use for comps on that, but let's just say it's well bought.
Right, exactly. Okay, here we go. Street rod time, 1940. What a total custom build this is, Bill.
You know, it's got a little modern, it's got a little period correct, it's got a little bit of everything. The modern, that's a 350 Chevy V8 engine with a lot of compression. Wow, 12.5 to 1 compression in there. But you saw the 6 polished Stromberg carburetors. 6 Stromberg, something that classic hot rodders will certainly take their hat off to. That was a popular induction system back then. We don't really see that being done anymore, even when some of these classic hot rods are restored. Turbo 350 automatic and 4 different shades of deep green metallic and
wow, under the light, that paint absolutely just gleaming in this room. Almost glowing. Wow.
Yes. Well, $25,000, not strong enough for that street rod. Another 1940 Ford here. This is a stake bed.
Yeah, now we're getting into a time period where the guy who drives the truck is going to get a little bit more comfort and convenience, you know, like a heater, stuff like that, rather than that 1920 truck that just come through. Multiple Dearborn Awards, including the Golden Jubilee on this restoration. Nut and bolt restoration to factory specs. Got a flathead, 3-speed manual, and 100-mile-per-hour speedometer. And I have no idea why. That truck is not going to go 100 miles an hour. But looks good.
You'll have fun trying.
Yeah, you might. Well, you might wind up, you know, dropping the crankshaft on the pavement. But anyway, I'd say it's probably a 65, 70-mile-an-hour truck.
It's right up there when I said that other police car wouldn't hit 200 unless it was in a tornado.
Yeah,
right. It's in good company.
Yeah. $33,000 buys that stake bed truck. Hey, here's a 93 anniversary Corvette, and in 93 that would have been 40 years for the American sports car.
Yeah, take any year that ends in 3 and you've got an anniversary for the Corvette. 40th anniversary in 1993. That was a big year. We saw this ruby red livery for the first time. This one both ruby red inside and out, 300 horse, 5.7 liter LT1. The odometer reads 102 miles. 4-speed automatic. You can get a manual too in this. Bose stereo, air conditioning. It's got the performance handling package, 4-wheel power, ABS disc brakes, and 17-inch alloy wheels. There they are. Not big money.
Nope, and that's, you know, about where these land, depending on certain things. Mileage, one of them.
Yeah, the mileage on this will probably pump it up a little bit, but still not to extreme levels.
Right.
What 9? I get 28.
Yep, the C4 generation. 1984.
Sir, 29 pound and a half. So $28,000.
All the way up
Now offering T 250
to 1997 when the C5 came.
It's a 6-liter V8.
Well, this one gavels for $28,000. We are in our final hour of activity today from here at the 39th Original Spring Classic. We'll continue on ESPN Plus after the break. Well, it is time for our State Farm moment of the day, and this is on tape from a little while ago with 1963 split window Corvette, of course, in tuxedo black. That's got the 340 horse version of the 327 under that hood, and it gavelled, and a 4-speed transmission, by the way, gavelled for $115,000, and good reaction from the guys who bought that car. Yes, indeed. Right on the front row. Not every day you get to sign on the dotted line and take home a split window coupe. That's our State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And we're going to get back to the block now with a 1962 custom treatment on a Chevy Impala.
Ooh, full custom. Frame off restoration will start there. LS swap, got that. Automatic transmission with overdrive. Silver paint, red interior. Extras include the tilt steering column and the aftermarket AC, Dakota digital gauges, power steering. Ooh, underneath, air ride suspension. Love that. Alter your ride height or whatever mood you're in. 4-wheel disc brakes and Billet Specialties wheels. Depends on what mood you're in.
Well, I know. I was going to say it has to have lots of settings for you.
I do have multiple personality disorder, I'll admit
Gary, you want 78 before we go?
Nice.
Yeah, that's a cool car.
Oh, sir, you are going to have a blast with that Chevy.
Big time. And comparatively, not a lot, of coin. You know,
No,
I mean,
right.
he could have paid a lot more for that.
Yeah, there's a lot more in it. Good point. Yeah.
77 and now a 71 Corvette here, Bill.
This won't be cheap. This is an LS6 454 in the 71 Corvette. That would have been the big horsepower, 1 year only, 454 in the 71 Corvette. 425 horsepower, extensive body off restoration, M22 4-speed transmission, Brands Hatch green, dark green interior. J50 power brakes too, and the ZR2 radiator. Because these cars will run hot in summertime in traffic, so you want that. And a 411 rear end with positive traction. We're at 110,000. I knew it.
$115,000. 110, 115, 110 bid, 15 last call. I get 110. Iron David to get 15. Iron David to get 10 to bid. 115,000, 15. Hit 105 to call. 115,000. Internet. 115,000. Close bid at 110,000.
Well, Trev Morbeck says last call for 115 and nobody bites, so that's going to go to the bid goes on desk at $110,000. And right now we're going to send it over to check in with Chris Jacobs, and always great to have Jeff Stunker, another Mopar guy, with us. Chris, and you guys have a good car to preview. Take it away.
Oh man, we sure do, Scott. This is a 68 J-Code Hemi out here in staging, and Jeff, this is a rare one due to its paint color.
I would agree with that. This is one of the 10 RR1 burgundy metallic Chargers done with a Hemi in 1968. But what's really interesting about this car, on the build sheet it says Expedite. This car was sold new in Spartanburg, South Carolina in April of 1968, and whoever was pulling the strings got somebody to do things quick. I'm thinking maybe Cotton Owens or somebody else down there in that southern part of the country was able to do that. What's interesting is we walk down this car, you'll see some of these highlights. This car was actually styled with some turbine points of view on it, the turbine marker lights on the side, the turbine tail lights in the back. This, of course, was the first year for this body styling. Richard Sias, the man who designed it, designed one car for Detroit. This was it. Went to work for Boeing after he did this car. And obviously, this thing has stood the test of time.
Well, that 426 Elephant backed up by a three-speed automatic transmission, the 727 torque flight, of course. And you know what, Jeff? We can find out who exactly expedited it because his name is on the certificate of title. One Robert Harry Crocker from South Carolina. He was the one who did it.
Yeah, he was the one who was able to get this car quick. Now, what's interesting, again, the car is pretty dressed up. It's got a two-tone interior in it. It's got an AM8 track player in it. But again, this was the way you wanted to buy a 68 Charger. If you had the ability to pay for that Hemi motor, this was a cruiser. 323 sure grip rear end, let you take it down the highway and see if that 150 mile per hour on that Speedo would actually get tagged.
And we've got the window sticker here too, or a copy of it. And the final sale price for this car, $4,704.10. A bargain for sure. Scott, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Chris and Jeff as well. We appreciate the preview and the insider knowledge on those cars.
Wow, he mentioned Cotton Owens. I just, yes, 17 years I've been waiting for somebody to mention that, and what a stud he was. Great car builder back in the day, Southern sports car, stock car racing, and Cotton Owens went hand in hand.
A lot of stuff going on under the hood of this 07 Shelby GT500 Super Snake 427 limited edition.
Oh boy, 725 horsepower here. Kenny Bell supercharger, puffing in that horsepower. 6-speed manual transmission. Has a Shelby certificate of authenticity. Camilo Pardo, autograph print. Who's he? He designed the new generation 4GT in 2006. 2005 and 2006. Yep, he's a stud too. Odometer reached 790 miles. All right, that's a brutally powerful and fast Mustang.
It is. And we will leave it there at $75,000. More still to come from Indy here on ESPN Plus. One of the banner cars that we will see tomorrow from the Apex collection is this 1965 Shelby GT350. Exceptionally rare double-digit GT350. This one, in fact, serial number 39. One of the homologation cars built so that Ford could go SCCA racing. It's been expertly restored, but very, very original in the use of its parts. Some unique features to these early production cars, and we will see it cross the block in that Apex collection tomorrow, and it will bring big, big bucks. Back to the live action on the block here, a 1962 Impala Super Sport, Bill, at $55,000.
Oh, it's a 409. I'm in the 409 Cube, 409 horsepower. V8, that would have been the upper horsepower 409 in 1962, with two 4-barrel carburetors and 4-speed manual transmission. Double black, black outside, black interior, correct full wheel covers, white wall tires.
62, 65,
63, they upped the ante, 409, 425 horsepower 409 in 1963 and 64.
Well, the high bid here at $62,000. How about a 35 Ford two-door sedan now?
Yep, ready for the next rod run right here. Fresh build by the Miller Brothers Hot Rod Barn in North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. All Henry Ford, steel body, Chevy LT1 V8, 4L60 automatic transmission. lot of aftermarket parts have been added, like the Heights front suspension and coilovers. Ken Fennicle, hey you down in Pennsylvania, better known as Posies. He's responsible for the rear suspension with coilovers. 4-wheel disc brakes with Hydro Boost. That's Washington blue paint. That's an OEM color, as a matter of fact. Washington blue.
By the way, here in Indiana, a lot of people call it Washington.
That's right. You get that little tick, don't you?
I don't do it.
No, I know you do.
Washington, yeah.
I've heard it.
You know, originally, if this car had grown up around North Wilkesboro, I'd say there's a shot. It's had a little moonshine in the back somewhere but before.
Maybe.
But now it's just carrying high brows because that thing is done right.
It was thunder, thunder over Thunder Road. Lightning was it. That was Robert Mecum.
How about that?
$55,000. You got me all flustered with your vocal stylings there.
That good, huh?
2017 Corvette Grand Sport next in the lineup for us. How about this?
Yeah, Grand Sport, born in 1963. They brought it back 2010, 2013, and back for the C7 generation. Of course, the Grand Sport 1996, a big favorite of ours. That LT4 330 horse engine. But here we are in 2017 with another Grand Sport. 8-speed automatic transmission with paddle shifters. That Arctic white, striking white paint. You see the fender stripes there. And we've explained in the past, that's from racing. That's from the old days of racing, when you had a multi-car team and you had to distinguish which car was which, especially when racing at night, coming down pit road. And you could see what color those stripes were. You knew what car was coming in. That was before race cars had radios.
Why didn't they just put, like, Bill on the side? You know, here comes Bill.
There's probably a lot of reasons why they didn't do that. They went with the fender stripes instead.
Yeah, much cooler.
I think so.
Not to say that you're not cool.
No.
And that I wouldn't like to have you driving for my race team if I had one. But
I'm with you, buddy.
You know, he's got an Indiana shirt on. He's going to rub it in your face if you don't get 57.
$56,000.
Oh, this is market correct now. Come on. Let's sell this Corvette.
56.5, 57.
Between 50 and 60.
57.
That's where it belongs.
David Gadier, 7. 57. And it is. You got $56,500 current bid. Take $60,000 on it, sir. You want to raise your bid to 60?
Okay, we're doing the Mecum rule, and the magic number is 60.
What about you guys? You want to go 60 back there?
I'm done. 58, and I won't ask you again. I'm done. 57.5 then.
What's the mileage on this car, Bill?
Oh, I think just over 11,000.
Let's get it done.
That's what the odometer says anyway.
Yeah, between 11 and 12, I think.
Hey, pretty close to sticker for a Grand Sport, aren't we?
Well,
57
yes.
current bid. It is reserves off.
In the neighborhood, yeah, depending on the options and the packages and what have you.
Yeah, and the reserve is off.
Okay, well, there is justice in the world.
Yes or no, guys are going to go 58. So $57,000 Jordy.
Thanks, Doc.
Okay.
72.1 and
And always a little tip of the cap to those original 5, huh?
Yep.
The Fab 5, 1963.
Yes, sir.
1956, El Dorado is our next historic automobile here.
Yeah, 1956, first year for the 365 cubic inch V8, replacing the 331 that preceded it. This with the dual 4-barrel carburetors, over 300 horsepower, hydromatic transmission, and just meticulously restored and presented. Cape Ivory is the exterior color that matches the Cape Ivory interior. And that was not an air conditioning unit under the dashboard. That was the tissue dispenser, which some cars back in the 1950s had. Power operated top. Well, it should be power operated in a Cadillac. Kelsey Hayes real wire wheel. Wide wet wall tires.
Going to close bid at $75,000. Biggest on at 75.
Now for 18-2,
Okay, the high bid here, $75,000. 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom. That is what is in the middle of the block now and taking up a lot of space, a big car.
Yes, yep. It's a city block on wheels. Oh, but I'll tell you, the luxury and the presence and the bearing and the prestige, all encapsulated in this car, even though it's 22 years old.
Oh, man.
Yeah. 453 horsepower, aluminum, V12, with a 6-speed automatic. Oh, yeah, boy, you can just picture yourself sitting in that car and watching the world go by.
Bill, I checked the umbrella, which would typically be hidden in the back door, appears to be on use somewhere. So,
okay,
it's loaned out, I guess.
There it is. No golf clubs, just umbrellas now.
I don't know if I've told you this. Speaking of a city block on wheels, there's a road out east of town that I drive on fairly regularly, and there has been recently a 59, four-door 59 Cadillac sitting in the driveway taunting me as I go by. And I just wonder, you know, how you just think, gee, why is that there? What's going on?
Just sitting there.
Just sitting
like
there.
Abandoned.
Well, no, it's in some guy's driveway. I mean, it may be abandoned in the driveway, but it's not traveled. I don't know what the story is.
Huh?
No, it's interesting, though.
Not worth a lot.
Has piqued my curiosity.
Well, it's not an expensive car unless it's got like maybe 12 miles on the odometer.
You're right. You're right.
Huh.
Okay, so 1978 Bronco is next for us to evaluate here. Rutledge, you're getting a close-up look.
Anybody know why 1978 is a landmark year for the Bronco class?
Tell us why. Was that the changeover from the old style to this newer style?
I knew you'd know. We went from the little guy to the big guy in 1978. 400 cube V8, that's what they came with. And, boy, a lot of rebuilding and replacing and refurbishing. It's almost like a brand new Bronco.
Yeah, this one's really sharp. Paint looks great on here. It's riding on some Mickey Thompson Baja Legends. Again, looks like Mickey Thompson wheels as well. It's been modified, but it's not over the top. It's meant to be, I think, subtle, but really shows you what you can do with a Bronco. Just, man, it's tough.
Well, the high bid here at 45 grand. Oh, one of our faves next, Bill.
Yes.
Big block in a pickup truck from 1990.
Yep, first year for the 454 SS pickup. Now this one has a 502. Not sure of the horsepower, but I can tell you with the Holly Sniper fuel injection, if that is the only modification, maybe 300, 325 horsepower, somewhere in there with an automatic transmission. 91, they upped the factory horsepower and changed the automatic transmission in these, but a lot of people prefer the 1990 because it was the first year for these. Brand new interior sitting in there, air conditioning, new paint on it as well. And yeah, you're right, Scott. These trucks have some real charm and appeal.
And that one, I tell you what, really well put together. Had a nice front runner system under the hood.
Yep.
Those weld wheels on there, tasteful. As a kid, I just thought these were the coolest trucks around.
Right.
I didn't realize that they weren't the fastest trucks around.
Right.
Because the styling was so cool, I just assumed, oh, it's got to be faster than anything around.
Right.
Just looks tough.
Yeah.
This one can back it up a hair more, I think, than the original cut.
Yeah, 230, I think, the first year. It went to 255, I think, in the second year. So not really a muscle truck.
Good stance, good good presentation. You mentioned those weld wheels, Rod. I'm with you, man. Those are sweet.
Nicely done.
And as far as the numbers, 40,000 will be all it gets at this point. So a 1966 Continental convertible will follow it up.
And this has the engine a lot of collectors prefer, the 462 cubic inch V8, which wasn't around that long, a couple, 3 years. Rebuilt by Quinlan Automotive. 25 miles on that motor since it was rebuilt. Everything has been serviced. Replaced the distributor, replaced the hoses, replaced the gas tank, new tires, car out of California.
Let me add a little bit of tidbit to this story here. Our producer, Sean Belby, was talking with a consignor. This car spent 25 years in a shipping container in Richmond, Indiana, before they did the restoration. How about that?
Yeah, well, that'll help the preservation, I guess.
Sure.
Keep it out of the weather.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You don't hear that very often.
Tell you, if I was in a shipping container that long, I wouldn't look that good.
Oh, man. 52,000 is the current bid.
Yep. Yeah, that is right in the hot zone in terms of value. 50,000, some 60,000, somewhere around there when they're in this kind of condition. But not a low mileage car, Scott, even though it was tucked away. Odometer reads over 95,000.
Wonder why somebody chose to put it in a shipping container of all things, you know?
Someday we got to write a book. Some of the stories that we don't get to hear what some of these cars have been through.
Might have been a little more weatherproof than a barn, perhaps.
Sure,
no
question.
Well, yes, that'd be like airtight in there.
And especially with that convertible top, I'm guessing they said, let's make sure we hold on to this. This is a nice one. Thank you.
They always call those doors suicide doors.
Now,
And I don't know anybody who ever committed suicide in one of those cars.
All right, 57,000. Just bought that Continental convertible. Very cool. How about this C60 custom dually? What do you guys think?
Wow, this is an old timer, huh? Cummins diesel at 5.9. Boy, that was an all-purpose diesel. That wound up in a lot of vehicles, a lot of trucks. Allison 545 automatic transmission. And just kind of a funky style. When you see there, you see the engine right there, that diesel. But when you take a look at this truck, just kind of looks funny with those big fenders hanging off the back there and the standard cab. And you know what I mean, Rutledge?
It's pretty wild, Bill. You can see the exhaust stacks coming out. They made almost octagonal exhaust stacks coming out there, but this bed is off of a 71, and to your point, kind of custom molded the side flares and the side steps into it. It's airbagged. It's riding on 22s, but it's on an 86, I think a C30 dually chassis with that Cummins in there. That is one tough ride.
That's creative, I'll give it that.
Yeah, with the patinaed paint job and then all the orange updates on the white. That's a cool ride.
Look at the money.
50 grand.
And still not enough.
Yep. It looks like they almost sourced those exhaust pipes from a gutter company.
Yeah, drain
put
pipes.
Put a couple of them together.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, good money. Didn't sell, but who knows, man?
Who knows?
That is certainly, you will not see another one like it anytime soon. I promise you that. All right, we've talked about Hennessy. We haven't had a Lingenfelter car yet today, Bill, but Callaway, right here it is, 1988 Callaway Corvette.
Another old friend of mine, Reeves Callaway, the late great. I used to love talking to that guy because after 5 minutes you realize how stupid you are. Oh, my. Anyway.
Like you said earlier, we need to write a book.
We need to write a book. They produce 400 of these. Of course, Reeves, his company, famous for their turbocharged cars. This is the twin-turbo 5.7 L98. This is going to be making close to 400, 450 horsepower, 4-speed manual transmission. And, of course, Callaway's probably most famous for the Sledgehammer, the Corvette that went 254 miles an hour at the Proving Grounds. He drove it out from Connecticut with the stereo and the air conditioning on, went 254 miles an hour, and then drove back to Connecticut.
Yeah, what a story that is.
Yeah, the cars that he did were all covered by GM warranties. That's how much faith they had in him. Originally in Old Lyme, Connecticut. I believe they're out in California now. I believe his son now at the head of the company. But these Callaway Corvettes are fast and collectible.
$29,000, and that is all I'm going to say. And, Bill, I will turn you loose on the next car on the block.
Why, thank you. 2006 Dodge Viper SRT10. Now, in 2006, now we're into the third generation of the Viper. This is the limited edition VCA special commission of the Viper. Only 50 were produced. The 510 horsepower, 8.3 liter V10. That was the upgrade of the engine from the previous generation. They all had 6-speed manual transmissions and that Viper red. The only color that you could find on every year of the Viper was the red. Of course, the white painted stripes as well, and a throwback to its original ancestor, the Cobra, the Shelby Cobra. And Shelby was involved in the R&D in the original Viper that debuted in 1992. But this is a genuine 200-mile-an-hour Viper. And these cars had tremendous success on the racetrack throughout their history. They were raced internationally. They won domestic and national championship, international championships. Their class at Le Mans, just so much to be proud of if you like these cars.
$82,000. They're still working on it.
Yeah, a little over 2,000 miles on the odometer. I-96 GTS.
Where do we got to be?
With the upgraded exhaust system, had 500 horsepower. I know how fast that was, and these had even more. A little bit more displacement too. They'll blow your mind out.
Thinking about getting another one?
If I didn't love my Grand Cherokee so much, I would be thinking about it. Yes.
Now from
Okay.
T281 to 1981.
Well, hey, I got news for you. This one's still available,
It
brother.
is, yeah. And that is what I would look for if I was going to be in the market again, is a Generation 3 coupe.
Okay, very good. Good to know. 1981 DeLorean is here. Wow. You talked earlier about those cars that from a mile away you could identify them. This would be on that list, I think.
That is a very valid point, because there's nothing on wheels you could mistake for a DeLorean. The DMC-12, the 2.8-liter V6 engine, and that 3-speed automatic transmission. Kind of underpowered for a car that looks like that, as we all know by now. Power, disc brakes, gull-wing doors, of course, and that stainless steel finish. Car that was star-crossed from day one. We're all familiar with the DeLorean story by now. Did great work at General Motors. He actually came from Packard, went to General Motors, responsible for the GTO, the Grand Prix, Monte Carlo. Decided to build his own automobile. Soon faced the reality of how much it would cost and how to source all the parts that were necessary to build it, and what that would do. And that is a very good price for that car.
Wow, you're right.
You know?
You are right on. $48,000 for it.
Welcome back to Indianapolis for Dana Mecum's 39th Original Classic. Unbelievable, the cars that we are seeing here this week. This car right here is definitely one that I had a poster of on my wall when I was a kid. This is a beautiful 1989 Lamborghini Countach 25th anniversary, complete with those 3-piece OZ wheels, a 5.2-liter V12 putting out 455 horsepower. I mean, even still today, as a grown-up, this car to me is what my dreams were made of. Just every angle you see this car from, it's incredible. And you know, if I had a car like this, I would go to realgaragelife.com and I would download their free app, use their augmented reality, and create the perfect dream garage to match a dream car like this, because they've got lifts, they've got cabinets, anything you need for storage, they've got it. And you can figure out exactly what you're looking for, guys, to build your dream garage around your dream car. realgaragelife.com, that's where you ought to go. Guys, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford this one, but I can't wait to watch it cross the block tomorrow here in Indy.
Well, I can't. Thank you, Rut. I cannot afford the car that just crossed the block and is still up for bid. And the reserve is off on this 65 backdraft replica bill. 110 grand is the current bid.
Oh, what a story behind this car. My good friends at Vintage Motorsports in North Haven, Connecticut, completed this build in 2023. That is, underneath that hood, a 585 horsepower 427 Ford built by D1 Auto Machine with all the best speed equipment you can get your hands on. Wow. That Cobra right there just explains how these cars now are just a blank palette and people can just do whatever they want and come up with extreme machines like that one.
Boy, that's about as steep a price tag as we've seen on a replica in a little while, huh?
Backdraft car, too. They make a solid product.
Wow, that is cool. All right, here is a Ferrari 430 Challenge machine from 2006.
Originally maintained by Continental Autosport Ferrari, and it's had some track days, approximately 5 times a year since 2023. So it has been used for real. 4.3-liter V8 with a Formula One automatic transmission. Rosso Corsa outside with white stripes and the Nero interior.
Boy, it's always cool to see the parade of these cars whenever we go to Monterey.
Yes.
And sometimes we'll stay in the same hotel and, you know, you don't need the alarm because when they start to rev these up at 5:30 in the morning, let's go.
Yeah, it's a car show in the parking lot of the Del Monte up there in Monterey. It's unbelievable walking around that lot.
Yes, indeed.
And it was funny, that parking lot, the parking spots aren't really that wide. These people have some of these priceless exotics, and someone in like a Kia will park next to it, and I'm thinking, oh, don't put a door ding in that Ferrari. Yes.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
All right, the bid goes on that 06 Ferrari. Here is a 1961 Thunderbird convertible.
Oh, look at this. This has had a mild custom treatment, period correct. Customization like baby moon hubcaps and the Lakes pipes. $390 right there, which is what this car would have come with from the factory. Inside, that looks pretty original. Interesting color combination. Looks like a maroon or maybe a wine-colored interior with the red outside. You see it? And these cars, not expensive at all. In fact, just about every Thunderbird, in my mind, undervalued, especially some of these older ones between 1958, say, and 1975 or so, throughout that time period. You know, you're not going to find many that are going to put you in the poorhouse.
$19,000 is the current bid.
Chrome reversed wheels, baby moon hubcaps. Man, I saw a million of those when I was a kid. A set of chrome reversed wheels that cost you about $75 or $80. A set of baby moon hubcaps about $25, and you're in business.
Well, 19 buys it, as we said. And here comes the second 454 SS pickup truck that we've had from 1990, just like the first one.
Yeah, this one more original than the one we saw. It does have the 454, 1990, 230 horse. And no modifications to speak of. See how original the engine room looks like. Interesting little extra on this truck, larger toe-style mirrors, and those were required if you exported the truck to Canada, which is probably what happened to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Power windows and locks, power steering and brakes. And they came with that cloth upholstery. Soft to the touch upholstery, this one in red.
72,000 to the bid. I'm 70.
Well, now, as I look further into the history of this truck, it was delivered in Canada. It's got a kilometer speedometer.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Okay.
Probably the original owner imported it from the United States up to their home in Canada.
That'd be a cool band name, I think. Scott, would you go see a band, Kilometer Speedometer?
Maybe I would.
It's got a real ring to it.
It does.
Internet at $70,000. Good news, though, Internet. We are not far away. Mecum rule. Click them up to
20, or rather 70.
75. Internet, you click in at 75,000.
And the Mecum rule in effect here at 75.
Internet, you click in at 75, and you own that beautiful truck. No one else gets a chance to bid. You give $75,000, and I sell it to you straight away. Internet, give $75,000, and you own it.
Talking to somebody on the internet? Oh, yeah. Did they give 75?
Yeah. Sold $75,000. Sold $75,000 on the internet.
Well, you know what? 234 kilometers. A kilometer is smaller than a mile. So maybe 180 miles or whatever. I mean, that's just, casually trying to figure it out.
Yes.
So that's why it traded for that kind of money.
Right. And they got it for 75. Okay, here's a 67 Corvette convertible. Ooh, I love this color combination. What's under the hood, first of all, though?
L79.
Nice.
That'll make us happy. Yeah, that's that 350 horse 327. And yeah, how about the black paint, the teal interior, 4-speed manual. Black soft top too, which we get to see as that is in place. Blue stripe tires, rally wheels, side exhaust. 1967, last year, the C2 generation of mid-years. And in the minds of many, the best of all of them.
Yes, and in the minds of many, they could have continued for a while.
Yeah, nobody was tired of this design. Yeah, in fact, they kind of jumped the gun, General Motors, because the 1968 Corvette kind of came to market a little early and they hadn't worked out all the bugs.
Exactly.
So it would have been maybe a good idea to go a little longer on these.
They were, in 68, using essentially some of the same underpinnings.
A lot.
From 67.
Yeah, the platform had really just switched right over.
Well, Scott, you mentioned the color combination. I'm right there with you,
Love
man.
it.
This black over the blue is just spectacular.
Hey,
the blue lines, too.
I know another 67 Corvette with that same color scheme that's worth over $1 million.
Tony DiLorenzo car.
Yes, the L88.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I know the one you're talking about. You L88 geeks know that, too.
Oh, boy.
Did we have that car in Monterey last year?
We had it somewhere.
It was a black L88, yeah. I
right.
can't remember if it was Monterey or somewhere, maybe
Kissimmee.
It was Kissimmee if it wasn't Monterey, yeah.
All right, that one sold for $68,000. That's a pretty good bargain on it.
Yeah.
A C2 Corvette.
With that engine.
Here's a K20 pickup now from 1970.
Restored from the ground up. We've got an aftermarket 350 in it with a quadrojet 4-barrel. 4-speed manual. Great workmanship. Yeah, this was done right. See the interior right there, the saddle color interior against the torch red on the outside. Mostly GM sheet metal with the exception of an aftermarket hood and front panel. NOS parts in there as well, factory AC. Power brakes, power steering, stainless steel brake and fuel lines too, an extra step. Griffin aluminum radiator. Dual Optima red top batteries. I like, once again, Scott, this is one of those no expense spared kind of builds.
Right, and you're going to pay more for it, and 90 won't get there. So we'll take a break here and get closer to signing off here at 5 o'clock. More in just a moment. Oh, take a look at this one, everybody. A beauty. Just a few moments ago, a 77 Bronco uncut that went through a complete frame-off resto just up the road in Anderson, Indiana. Sold for $102,500, Bill.
Oh, why not? It's got a Coyote in it. Yes, Coyote 5-liter V8. Uncut fenders, too, which is the preference for a lot of people. And this is the bite-sized Bronco. Final year for that. As we saw earlier in 78, they went to the big version. But this one has had all the right stuff put on it. And that would justify that price, Scott.
Sure, $102,500. While we have an opportunity here, as still the crowd hangs on for a couple of more cars, we'll take a look at our top sellers from this Thursday in Indy. We'll start with a 2019 ZR1 Corvette in Sebring Orange. Yes, sir. 755 horse, 6.2 liter V8. That supercharged LT5. $135,000 the last year for the C7 and that 1 year only ZR1. In the middle of this 1969 Olds, Hurst Olds, Cameo White, Fire Frost. Boy, did this one bring the money. $170,000 for that 380 horse 455 V8 with automatic transmission. Not surprising, our number one car of this day, 1970 Hemi Challenger RTSE B5 Blue. Of course, the big elephant motor, the Hemi. And this was a Canadian market car, but one of one in that color combination. The B5 Blue, the white stripe, and the black final top. Wowzers, $215,000, and that is our number one car of the day today. There you can see the top 5 All-American here on this Thursday. And our last car today, everybody, is going to be this 1957 Thunderbird. The reserve came off, and talk about a bargain on a Thunderbird, Bill Stevens. How about that?
That's a real 57 T-Bird. Also, it's a manual transmission, a 3-speed. Now, doesn't have the 312. It has the 292. That would have been the standard engine, but still, look at the condition with a 3-speed manual on a baby bird for $16,000. Boy, sometimes it pays to just hang around a little later.
You know, exactly. And every once in a while, as we see this one leave, we'll see 57 T-Birds that'll go for $116,000 or more.
Sometimes.
And you are right, man. $16,000 for that one. Well, don't forget that we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That is 8 a.m. out on the West Coast. Saturday as well. 6 more hours of coverage coming up both of those 2 days as we get set to head toward the finish line here in Indianapolis at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. Some fantastic collections coming up on both of those days, and we can't wait. The staging lanes are already jam-packed with cars that will hit the block tomorrow. We've got to wrap it up for today. However, we are halfway through our coverage of this massive lineup at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic. 2 of the biggest days still to come, and we'll have all the best moments for you starting tomorrow, just about 18 hours from right now here on ESPN Plus. For the entire gang here in Indy, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching today. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning.